Hi, everyone.
Morning.
I'm sorry I'm a little bit late and having some tech issues, and I still am. It seems this has been the tech issue week.
Hmm.
Uh, I was teaching from school and ran into a bunch of issues there, and now I'm running into issues here. Some weeks are like that, right? Anyway, I was just talking to tech support, but they take their time giving their answers. So anyway, now I'm back. So hi everyone. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Jacob. Morning,
Morning, Good
Karen.
morning.
Hi, Mariella. And thanks for joining us from way over wherever your grandkids are.
Yep.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Gerard.
Hello.
Hi, Colette. And let me see who's here. Shamuel. Can you add your last name, Shamuel, to the Wi-Fi? Hi, Sharon. And Patricia's connecting, so she will not hear my hello. All right. So let me, I spent too much time with tech support and I didn't get around to bringing myself my hot coffee. So I am pre-coffee. But I will still be able to teach a good class, pre-coffee and all. It's coming. My husband's gonna bring it. Um, all right. So how did your today's our final day, by the way. For those of you who are leaving me at this journey, some of you have joined the Monday, Wednesday class and have been joining me there, and I really appreciate seeing you there. But if you have, let me move this out of the way. But if you are only signed up for this class, then today's our final day. And I'm going to share my screen right now with you. Hi, Patricia. I see your audio's on now. Good morning.
Morning, Diana.
Um, this down and this up. Here we go. So, and let me let Colette in. So I saw a lot of work happening with whoa, someone's second computer, maybe Colette's, and you just joined us. There we go.
It was me.
No, that's fine. I'm the first one that I'm always on it's so easy for me to be the maker of the meeting and telling people your sound is off, this or that. But when I'm in meetings that someone else's, they're the ones going, me, you're talking and your sound is off. And it's hard to tell sometimes. So yeah. Anyway, so what I'm seeing here is all the work done a few days ago, or people who are catching up with the work that we had done before, but I don't see anything in particular um, that was done on personal photos. So unless you had a particular question, and I don't think there's a question other than Colette here mentioning something that you need to review. So do you know what you wanted to ask about that before I continue? Because everyone else just did the work, but here you said something about I flattened something. Um,
Sorry. No, I think I got caught up. I went through it again and then
oh, okay.
yeah, so I think I'm good.
You got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. Yeah, it's how you do the output for the filters that makes a difference, and if it comes in flattened or if it comes in layered, and whether it was uh, a smart object at the beginning. So cool. If you got that, then let's switch over to Bridge. Oh, Karen, I see your hand is up. Yes.
Yes, I don't know what you have planned for today, but I was
Hold on.
wondering, let me
Hold
turn the
on.
volume off on the phone.
The sound is, you've got
Okay.
two.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
I was playing with some old pictures, and in the old days, this goes back so many decades ago, they used to create a wallet-sized picture and then a full-size picture. Well, somehow I got a whole bunch of wallet size. I don't know what happened to the original pictures. And I was playing around with them, and I was able to get to enlarge them, but the resolution is still as bad as when it was like the teeny wallet size. Are we going to be working on a way to
Okay, so
AI, like improve the resolution kind of thing?
when you use are you talking about the tool I taught you last week, the super
You
resolution?
taught us how to make a bigger file, a bigger
Yeah.
size picture. Yeah.
So if you have a good small photo, it gives you a good big photo. But if you have a bad small photo, it gives you a bad big photo because it gives you the same thing with a lot more resolution. But if your small photo was full of JPEG artifacts and or was soft or blurred or something like that, it just repeats what you have, only it gives it us more pixels, more sizes, but it isn't necessarily a fix it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just don't know if there was some new AI stuff that would actually,
There's one of those not neutral, neural filters is a remove JPEG artifacts. You can try that one. And within many of the tools, there's the remove JPEG artifacts. If that's what the problem was, if it was just soft and out of focus or stuff like that, there's other ways to attempt that. But it's hard to it's hard enough if you have a big bad quality photo to make it good quality. But on top of that, to try to do that to a photo that's bad quality and small, and now to make it big and good quality, good big and good quality, you know what I mean?
yeah, well, I mean, that was my challenge. 'Cause I was playing with all these itty bitty little, like, I could think they called them wallet pictures. They used to, at one company, it used to develop in decades ago.
Like when they used to
Would
give you a
give you
DVD.
a 5 by
Yeah,
whatever.
they used to give you a
And then they give you
DVD and
this
you
little
had your
wallet size
little,
picture.
yeah, those
Yeah.
little ones were supposed to be thumbnail images. Those little ones were really reduced. I remember what you mean. Like you would get a DVD and a little printout of the small ones and the big ones, and those small ones would have been the equivalent of a what we call a thumbnail image. You might have been able to make it, yeah, 2 by 3, and even
Bigger, much bigger. Yeah.
it would have been almost impossible to make them um, a good image even. I mean, there are some tools outside of Photoshop. So if you go and I don't remember the names right now, and if Ed was here, he would tell me. There's a couple there's a couple of tools that have been developed, not Photoshop tools online, um, where you put any old photo in it and it AIs you a good photo. You might even try Gemini through Google and stuff like that. But they basically AI it, and sometimes they'll give you 3 hands and 4 eyes, and sometimes they'll give you a great photo. You don't know
Yeah.
until you try it. So I'm not saying they're bad. They're just like it's the luck of the draw with the photo that you give them, whether it's going to give you a good result or not. So you can just zoom, but unless it gets good results, probably Photoshop won't be putting it in there. Now, I think you heard, or maybe no, it wasn't this group. Um, there's a new tool coming to Photoshop beta called Nano Banana. And Nano Banana, weird name as it is, it's a very powerful AI tool that's coming from Google actually. That's part of Gemini, whatever. It's a new AI tool, and it's quite magical if you're into that, and that you give it a photo of a basic car and you tell it make it look like a showroom car, and it comes up all sparkly in whatever brilliant color you want and whatever. Or you can just tell it to change the text in a photo and it will, or it does things that are completely all AI, and it does them in much better resolution. That's in Photoshop Beta. So if you want to download Photoshop Beta and try that with your photo and say, just tell it, make it corrected and give it good resolution. I haven't tried it yet. But you might want to look into that, or just wait until the beta becomes the one that we all download.
Yeah, Diana, a client of mine just recently for a public document that was going out, took photos, like disparate photos of their entire team, and then fed it into that one of those programs, and
Mhm.
they it redid everybody wearing different suits, and
Mhm.
you would have thought that they got dressed up and had a professional photographer.
Mhm.
Um, it was pretty fascinating. I mean, I thought, wow, they really went all out to get these pictures done. And it was like, no, the CFO had just plugged them all into an AI tool.
Yeah, so that's definitely the kind of thing that Nano Banana will do. So if you download Photoshop Beta, you have to have enough space on your computer because you don't want to get rid of your regular one and try it out. I'm torn about it as usual with anything AI. Here I'm talking to you guys and I'm sharing the screen. I'm torn about it with as with anything AI in that it's really hard when people use it as an artistic solution
Yeah.
and then they call it their art and really it's stolen art from bazillions of artists who have ever posted their stuff on the internet. So that's my issue with it. But I have no issue with saying, okay, everyone come in your t-shirts and we'll put you in suits, except for that maybe it is getting a professional photographer out of a job who might
Yeah,
be taking
exactly. I
those
felt
photos.
bad
So
for
it's kind
because
of hard,
I
right?
used to
You're
be
in
that
this place curve
photographer.
and that's yeah. Um, but it makes but that is something that I would be much more okay with using than I would having me have this amazing photo of a place I've never been to and calling it mine just because I wrote it up in a prompt, right? So anyway, um hard to tell. But yeah, go ahead and if you want to either look online for apps that do that or download Photoshop Beta, which if you have the CS the
Creative Suite.
Creative Suite. I'm calling it CS is the old name. The Creative Suite, the Creative Cloud. There we go. The Creative
Creative
Suite is
Cloud.
the old name. If you have the Creative Cloud, you can do that right now. Don't have both running at the same time and don't have anything else running. And I would recommend not using it for everything because there's many tools in Photoshop betas. Betas is when they're testing the new things, right? It's the one that's before they launch it. So the one that they launched right now is the one they consider stable and good. But the beta would be the one where they're testing new things and they launch it out there for people to try out. And so a lot of the people that I follow learning the new tools from and stuff like that, they test drive these new things and a lot of people have been seeing a lot of tutorials and things about Photoshop Nano Banana the Nano Banana tool, which is how it runs the AI. So when you do something that's a generate AI like I've shown you here, although I've done a lot of generate AI in the class before this one, I'm not sure if I did a lot of generate AI with you guys. But when you do that, you can choose which tool, which engine, so to say, to use. And one of them is Nano Banana, which is a new one. And I've been seeing some pretty amazing things come from it. So give it a try.
Try that, yeah.
I don't know how it handles fixing a bad photo, but that's a great thing to try it on. And I think a valid one as opposed to, create a new photo and call it my art. I think fixing an old photo that's a beloved photo that you can't see otherwise, there you go. That's what I think those tools are great for. Rebecca, you're muted.
I copied a photo from the newspaper today where they made a composite of a building that was old and an old picture. But I posted it on the Padlet, but it's awaiting approval. So I thought,
Oh, I see it.
oh, there it goes.
Okay, I don't know why sometimes it tells me to approve and there's nothing set up for me to approve, but there we go. And here it is.
So I thought that was like it's a composite, but
Okay.
it's I thought that is not a bad use of it's not real.
Well, this doesn't even this isn't AI. This is someone who had an old photo of the place and a new photo of the place and they just
Right.
composited it.
Right.
So, it's interesting. So what's down there looks like it's like the old
I
boarded
think
up.
they might have deliberately left like on the fence, it's not finished, so you know that it's a
Yeah, yeah. So in the back you see a boarded up house that's all destroyed and the roof is falling apart. And in the front you see in black and white what the photo used what the house used to be and the good quality, the house that probably their mom or their grandmother lived in with the fence and everything and even the dog. So versus and the color is the destroyed house. And this is the new one. But that's a direct composite, so that's great. And that's done with masking. So yeah, that's really good. Now, thanks for bringing that up. Um, and could you have AI do that? Give it two photos and tell it, give me a composite that looks like both of those. Could be, but that is definitely not no need for AI on this one. That is just two photos, one on top of the other, that are one has been masked off. So, in particular, people who are new to this class, like Shamuel, and I'm trying to see who else was completely new to Photoshop here. Um, um, we have not really explored masking as much as I like to in these classes, because given that everyone was more of an advanced student or had been around, I've been showing you some extra features and trips and things like that. So, Samuel, you're taking my evening class, and I am going to go into masking in that one, okay? So in case I keep talking about masking and I haven't shown that much masking, I will be showing it in the Monday, Wednesday class. All right. So yes, Colette.
I just wanted to drop into this conversation because there was a really interesting presentation at the Community Arts Workshop last night. They are talking about, like the whole bigger picture conversation about AI and art and how it applies to art and how art applies to it. It's called Symbiosis or Schism, and they have a really cool, very interesting exhibition until the 12th. And just it's really, I thought it was kind of fascinating about this conversation about what is, in fact, original art at this point in time, and what is the difference that and one of the best things that I heard was one of the artists talking about how the development of AI may be better because if artists participate in the development, because the input of artists is so human. And so
Sorry, something
anyway,
fell down here. So it said it may be better because what? Something fell down and I lost you. Maybe better because of what?
well, her statement, her implication was that as AI is developed, there are lots of different development directions that it can go in, and the participation of artists, she believes, and I like to believe that's true, will help to drive that development into directions that are human and actually, as beneficial as possible, because it's here.
Yeah, I'm not saying that AI is good or bad at all.
No.
In the sense, in that sense, it used to be a place where you could say, "Oh, I want it or I don't want it. I'll get on that bandwagon or I don't." I don't think we have that luxury anymore. There's no question that it's just part of it's everyone's life now, and either you get accustomed to it or you don't. But that whole like being a Luddite and rejecting it, like one of my kids is trying to be, I'm like, you can't. It's not gonna. It's not gonna be. It's not a thing. But we have some really good classes going on now at City College at our level, which I wanted to participate in, and I've been participating in quite a few different forums set up for teachers because there's a lot going on with AI in education now, and there's one today on Friday, but unfortunately it's not online. It's in person at the school, and I'm here teaching. So by the time I'm done teaching and I run there, I'm left for the last half hour, so I didn't sign up for it. But it's going to be the next 4 Fridays or the next every other 4 Fridays. And I really wanted to hear how it's been used in education because that is a big deal. I mean, I am an educator. And the other day I was introduced to an app where people are now putting and say that you researched, you have 5 websites, 3 YouTubes channels, 2 videos on something, and like research you've done online. You can put it all on this one app and it condenses everything and it kind of pumps out one kind of result from all that stuff. And I can see, and again, is that good or bad? And is it changing the way we do research? I don't think there's any more to say good or bad. It's changing how do we research. Is it thorough or not? I don't know. I've been testing it. to see that. But just like that, there's so much stuff out there. So my issue at this point has always been the fact that to create these apps, they used people's work, so to say, without permission, without paying for them and stuff like that. And I'm not one of those artists that if you say imitate Diana Musacchio's art, that would come up with anything. But the biggest issue is now that you can have a writer who's spent all their life learning how to write and or an artist developing their own style and their imagery, and now you can just say make this photo in the style of yada yada, and like basically it works really well, right? You come up with an art piece in the style of, or in a letter written in the style of, or a whole novel written in the style of, and then you go, oh, this is mine. And that's the place where I still have an issue.
Yeah.
Using the tools or not, I don't think is something we can stop from. And I think they'll probably come up with some great stuff. I just hate the write in the style, write this novel for me, invent this novel with these 10 prompts, and then write the novel for me as if this person had written it. And then you can publish it and call it yours. And that is happening. So much of what we're reading right now is like that. And that's the one that I can't put my head around, but oh well, you know, that's what's happening. Can you write in the chat the information that you just gave me, Colette? That sounds really interesting. I'd
It's
love
pretty
to go see it.
fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to go see that.
I think that photo is from that art show.
This one that you put in the newspaper?
Yeah, I think
art
it
show?
is. I think it was probably in the Independent
Oh.
today, or
Okay, that's interesting because there's nothing AI about that. So that's interesting.
I was there last night also. And as far as going to see it, the hours are extremely limited. And the last day is the 12th. So it's a very tight schedule to get in. Why? I
Okay.
don't know.
All right. I would love it if you could share the time and date or location or, well, you said it's a contemporary arts forum. If you have any other information or just put whatever you know up there so people will know to go and check it out. If you're in any of these conversations that we're having right now, it's very important for us to get educated on that, you know. And I've been doing a lot online and in seminars, but I haven't actually gone to an art show yet that has this information. So that I think I would love to go that hopefully this weekend. If Jacob says it's true that there's not much art, hopefully they can do it this weekend. All right, so and thank you. I see the link that you put in there. And here it is.
Good.
Here we go. Perfect. And I don't, there's information. Okay, so get tickets. So I'll see if it says anything about the time, but I'll just 4 to 8 p.m. Reception,
That looks
10
like
a.m. to 2
the
p.m.
next, that looks like the next exhibition. I think it's just the one at the top.
Oh. Just
Yeah,
the one,
this
but
one, that one.
yeah,
the-
all right.
That,
5:30 to 8:30. Oh, I see.
that was the
That's
opening.
the opening. Okay, we'll have to go and, oh, here.
You know,
Yeah.
and if any of you are
Friday.
if
and
any of you are
Wednesday.
down in Los Angeles, the LA County Museum has a couple of what seems like permanent exhibitions in one of their buildings of digital and AI art.
Hold on there. I just posted that with the,
Gerard, what museum was that?
Oh, LACMA, LA
Oh,
County
yeah.
Museum, where the La Brea tar pits are, and
Yeah.
they just built an entire new building and stuff. It's kind of quite a spectacle now.
has an exhibit on what? I'm writing it in the
Oh,
chat.
on the same thing but I think it's more of a permanent exhibit. But they've got a few rooms of digital and AI artwork.
Because digital art versus AI is a bit different. But anyway, I just put
Yeah.
in what you just said in there. So great. Thank you guys for all of
I
this
just want to point
information.
out by appointment. And I think that would give people a lot more flexibility.
Yeah, that's why I added the by
Use it.
appointment. Yeah. So there we go. All right. Well, thank you so much for all of that. And yeah, anything you ever know that's interesting to anyone who would be in a class like us, I'd love you bringing it to the class. So thanks for that. All right. So, and with that, let's go ahead and work on our go back to Bridge and work on our on our side of things, which is to keep still trying to make photos that we have and make better. And one of the things that I haven't worked on too much with this group and is a little bit not necessarily there are these generating tools that by calling them generating tools, there are AI tools. But there's been tools forever to do retouching, and now we're adding the generative tools. And there's a couple of photos in here that I brought in with things to fix. And so one of the ones that I want us to come to pull up is this one here, called remove thumb, remove wires, remove distractions. So you see those three that I put up there. So I want to try these to show you some of these tools that exist. So the quickest one to use, and we'll just use it as an example, is the remove wire. So let's go ahead and open that one. Double click on remove wires, and it's a JPEG. So that one goes straight into Photoshop because there's these tools in Photoshop and there's these tools in Adobe Camera Raw, and some of them overlap and some of them don't, depending. You'll find some in one place, some in another. So here, this is a simple one. I've every time I bring a different photo of wires, but this one in particular is an example where that's a pretty egregious, like uncomfortable wire. But I think was it last class or the one before, I had one of those city streets that's full of wires, and just one click of a button that got rid of all those wires as well as it would get one, right? But anyway, let's head over to the remove tool right now. And the remove tool here on the left side of the screen, if we are in the photography working space, which I believe is the one that I've been using with this class from the beginning, but just to make sure, because otherwise this tool would be in a different place. So if you're in a different tool, you wouldn't see it here. But if you're in the photography working space, there's like 3 band-aids. See that? And then there's a little patch looking thing, and then there's the double-headed arrows. These are all retouching tools, and they're all individual because we're in the photography workspace. If I was in the essentials workspace, for example, there's only one band-aid, and you have to click and hold, and then they all show up underneath each other. Okay, so it's not like the tools aren't there, they just show up differently. So I just wanted to point that out. So in the photography tool, in the photography space, they all show up individually. And the one that has the little stars is the AI tool. So let's click on, so there's the Band-Aid that has that little, like a selection tool. There's a Band-Aid and the one that's the AI. And so the one with the stars, that's the AI one. And then when we go over here to the top, the first thing that you need to normally have, and we just have one layer this time, so there's no real need to do it. But if you say sample all layers, it'll just leave it on, and it automatically will help make this work for everyone. And then there's another one that normally comes turned on. So if you've not used this tool before, by default, that will be on as a check mark. This one I recommend turning off, in fact. So I recommend not having remove after each stroke turn on. And then I remove turning on, and I recommend turning on create new layer. So when this tool comes to you for the first time, it comes that way. That's off, this is on, this is off. And I recommend, in fact, turning that one off and turning these two on. That's a non-destructive way to use it. And this one prepares you for when you do have many layers. Now, the remove after each stroke is just really uncomfortable, and I'll show you, if I can show you later what. So this one works much better for me. So once the settings are set up like that, yes, Sharon? Is that
I'm not seeing the sample all layers
okay?
and
So maybe you're in a different one of these. There's 3 of them. The middle one is the one that we're looking for when you click
the
on.
one, yeah, I click on the Band-Aid with the star.
Yeah. And you don't see sample all layers?
I do, sorry. Well, I don't
Oh.
know what I'm, okay, sorry. All
Oh,
right,
no,
yes.
that's fine. That's fine. No, that's good. It's just that they look so similar and yet they look so similar, but when you see up here, the tools or the choices that you can make with them are different. See what I mean? That's why when she said she couldn't see it, my first thought was she was in the wrong if you want, Band-Aid. Okay, so now once that is set,
Deanna, excuse me, I'm not seeing the create new layer or I'm not seeing create new layer
mhm.
or remove after each stroke.
So once again, can you check and see if you're in the right tool? Click on all the different versions that you have and see if you find one, the one that does.
I was in the one above. Okay, that's this. Okay. Yep, I've got it now.
I
Thank
know, again, it's just, come on, three, and maybe they're transposed and who knows, but yeah, it's the one with the tiny little stars. They're just hard to distinguish. Yeah. In fact, it's kind of easier in a way to distinguish when you're in a different view because when you click and hold, they have the names, right? So in a way, the one that's called the remove tool is the one that we're using. The other one is the healing brush tool and the spot healing brush tool, but it gives you the name. So in reality, by heading to the photography and having them be on their own, they're a little bit harder to decide because when you click on it, nothing here tells you what tool you're using. Like there's no name that says this is a remove tool, this is the healing tool. At most, if you hover over it and just sit with it, it'll say, oh, this is the remove tool. And I hover over this one, this is the spot healing brush. Hover over this one, it's the healing brush tool. But you have to hover over it and know who's going to do that. You just go and click, right? Anyway, once you find that and you set these choices, why don't y'all give me an okay? Once, if you found it, let me clear the answer because there's an answer from before from Shemuel. Give me an okay if you found this choice before I move forward and that you got the right check marks turned on. Everyone found it? Looks like, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, I'll clear answers again. I just want to, before I move forward. By the way, hi, Moni. You showed up when I was talking and I never acknowledged your arrival, so thank you. Okay, so again, this is a very easy one to fix that with any of these tools that are here, you could fix this wire. So it's not going to be so, oh, ooh, ah. It's just one little wire that any one of our spotting tools will disappear in a second. But it's the one that I brought with wires. So I'm just showing you it in this tool. So now we have a couple of other things here to work on. The first one is it says mode auto. And when you click on that, you can choose whether you want to have generative eye turned off, generative eye turned on, or auto, where the computer chooses whether it wants to use generative AI or not. Okay. So we're going to use this tool really quickly on this image, and then we're going to go and use it on a slightly more complicated image. So for now on this one, let's just say auto, because again, this is such a simple image that it's not going to be a good test of which one is better or worse. There's other images where you have a choice. Which solution do I prefer? But in this one, it doesn't even matter. But this is the one I wanted to show you. Right here on the left side, it says find distractions. When you click on find distractions, there's a one-click removal of wires and cables and one-click removal of people. So given that this is a wire and cable, let's click on one-click removal of wire and cables, and it's going to go ahead and work on that. It looks at your whole image. And oh, interestingly enough, it didn't do that good of a job. I guess that because there was like birds or something on it. Let me go to command one. Anyway, but let me just show you that of all things, it did create a new layer because we asked it to create a new layer. So it's a non-destructive way of using this tool. And I'm going to zoom in to command one. And yeah, I guess there were words and there were birds on it. And so the tool did what it's supposed to do, which it removed the wire, which helps if you're in a building, right? If you're having buildings removed, it only would remove the wires and not the windows, right? So it makes sense. But in fact, there you go. Even a simple tool as this one was too specific. Oh, it wasn't even birds. Oh, it was just gunk. How funny. It's just things hanging on.
The left ones look like birds.
Yeah,
See the
and
far
that looks
left?
like a little flying bird, but this over there. Anyway, whatever it is, the job well done. It removed the wire. And in fact, go to where it might be complicated here, where there's bushes, right? Or a tree. And if I turn this on, it did remove the wire, but it replaced leaves. Okay, so that's the part where it just removed that, but it also put in new leaves, and it went all the way to the end. It really followed it through to that little bit. See how it really removed it all the way? But then we find that it's got stuff here that it shouldn't have. Now, if I turn this off being the eyeball of the bottom one, you can see what it did is it just replaced, it put a bit of sky and some leaves, and all it's doing is it's hiding the original image, right? Anyway, so here I am showing you how easy this tool is, and in fact, it didn't do as good a job as a simple spot removing tool would do, because it included parts of things hanging on the wire that weren't the wire. So there you go. Now let's turn this eyeball tool off. And oh, and notice that this is something new that I like. It didn't just give you a blank layer with a correction. It gave you a layer with the name of the tool, and that it didn't used to do before. So now you know that that's the little remove tool. Okay, so that's kind of cool. I'm gonna turn this eyeball off. Let's select background again. And let's make our own new layer. And I'm going to show you how to do this without the generative AI, which is go down to make sure you have selected the background. And now click down here where you have all these little choices. Click the plus sign. That'll give us a new layer, a new blank layer, an empty layer. And now we can actually use the tool ourselves instead of having the automatic find distractions. So what you need to do is you first need to give your tool. So we're going to use the remove tool again, which again will be used with generative AI or not. But instead of using the automatic wires and cables, we're going to use the tool. So how to use the tool is you have to change the size of your brush. I have no idea what brush size you have now. You go over here to where it says size, it says 150. I'm going to make it much smaller. I want it to be barely the size of the wire, so I'm going to make it smaller. And what I'm using is the bracket keys on my keyboard. And if you haven't used these before, go over to the letter P. And then on the right side of the letter P, that's the two brackets, the open and close brackets. And when you tap on the left side, you make it smaller. Tap on the right side, you make it bigger. So now I'm going to make it much smaller so that it's barely the size of the wire. And now I'm going to go ahead and, oh, and watch. The reason the remove after each stroke was turned off, it's so that I can see how it comes out, like it gives me a little color. And if you happen to be painting on something pink, you wouldn't see it. So then you can change the color. But right now, pink is fine. So I'm just drawing right over that wire so that I can tell it everything that I want it to remove, and doing my best to not go too far out. And it's hard with a mouse, but right now I'm not using a mouse. Right now I'm using my graphic stylus, so it's a little bit easier. Even then, it's not necessarily that easy to draw a line that's crooked. So let me just show you something that might be helpful. There's a new tool, and let me double my tools because I can't really, it was too far down. But there's this new tool way down here at the very bottom that I can use to click on. And when you click on the, oh, I'm in the midst of doing this, so it's not gonna let me. Hold on, let me just show you this tool, which I don't need because I'm using a pen tool, but let me leave this tool. So watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go all the way here and get rid of what I just did by clicking on this to say undo, like that. So I don't have that tool active right now anymore. I'm gonna click on this guy. Nope, it's not that one. Where's the, no, that's the generate. Where's the, where did they put the rotate canvas? Maybe I don't have it in the photography. Let me go to essentials.
I don't see
One
it.
second, I'm looking for the rotate canvas tool.
Yeah, no, I don't see it either.
Core tool. Huh. Let me go back to photography. If you don't see a tool here, and let's see if it's under these three dots, you can see all their tools. click and hold. Where's the rotate canvas tool? Huh. I'm going to show you this new tool where you can rotate the canvas, but image rotation. But that's the image rotation, which is different than, huh. Now I'm curious. I'm sorry. I was using it the other day. Let me give it a rotate canvas tool in Photoshop. Click and hold the rotate view tool. Yeah, but where is the rotate view tool? Oh, it's under the hand tool. Okay, let me see. Under the hand tool, there's a rotate view tool. Okay, so under the hand tool, rotate view tool. And so now you can rotate it. And sometimes when you're drawing lines or things like that, that's really useful. You see that? Pretty cool. So I just wanted to show it to you. I don't necessarily want to use it right now because I'm going to show you one final trick, which has been around with Photoshop forever and ever and ever. I wonder if you can reset view. So here under the hand tool is the rotate view tool, which when you're trying to draw lines and stuff like that, it would be very useful. Anyway, I'm going to leave that tool because I don't want to rotate by mistake. So I'm going to go back to the hand tool. It's one of those that you don't want to have on your hands by mistake. But let me show you now. Let me go back to the generate tool. And now watch, you guys. Just watch. And I'm going to make my tool much bigger so you can see the effect first. When you want to do a straight line with any brush tool, this is considered a brush tool. The fact that you can make it bigger and smaller with these guys, that's considered a brush tool. Okay. When you have a circle and your tool gets bigger and smaller, it's a kind of a brush tool. And on any brush tool, if you want to draw a straight line, if you click on one end of it, you hold down your shift key and you click on another end, a straight line appears. This is for any brush tool. So in this case, if I want to use this, and I'm making it much bigger than it should be, so you really see what I mean, I can click over here, hold down the shift key, and then click over here, and see how it drew a perfect line? But by making it this big, even though it's grabbing the little extra creatures, I'm also generating a whole bunch of new clouds that I don't need to be generating. Does that make sense? And a bunch of new leaves that I don't need to be generating. So I want to generate the least amount of new stuff possible. So I'm going to say no to that. I'm going to make my tool much smaller. And now I'm going to draw that line from click, shift, click all the way to the end, right over the tool. Let me get it a little bit bigger so I can see better. So I'm going to click again and then click over here, shift, click, and I think I went a little bit too far. So I think because of wind, it's not completely straight. So let me do that and then click again and shift to there to catch that. And then I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to click and remove any little extra vestige of stuff. So I'm basically drawing this all around the stuff that I don't want. It doesn't need to be exact. It needs to have a little bit of extra space because the tool has to be able to look around and create a little bit of what else is left there for this to work. And in fact, down here, it's a bit too tight. So I'm going to give it a little bit more over here because it needs to have a bit of extra, a little tiny bit of extra real image to work with. So once you have that marked up, then we're going to go ahead and make the tool work. But I think I've got the right area. So anyway, I've shown you 2 or 3 different ways to mark that up correctly, either by hand, which with the mouse is much harder, rotating the canvas if you want with your mouse to draw a line, or if it is a direct straight line, which this wire happens to be, then the click, shift, click. All right. Once you have all that, again, you can try it to be with AI on or AI off. Right now, let's do auto. When you do auto, it's going to just choose which one is best. And now let's give it a green, not a green, a a check here. You can either do a check mark, you can hit the return key, that works as well. I'm going to hit the return key. I'm going to hit the check mark, I'm sorry. And it's gone. And over here on the right side, I have my on and off, and you should never look at it from afar. You should always inspect it at Command 1 or Control 1. Sometimes even if you have a very high retina screen, a very high resolution screen like this retina screen, I'm going to go to 200%. And then you can turn this on and off and follow the path and explore what's been done and see if you like it. And I kind of don't like what it did to my tree over here. Look at how fuzzy. That's interesting. See that? I don't know for you guys, but over here, it gave me a very fuzzy bunch of, let me turn this off. This is what it generated. And the resolution, and that's very, very,
Yeah, I had the same thing.
soft and fuzzy, as opposed to the one that they had given me, which was sharp. And that has to do with my brush. So let's try this one again. See how their solution was a very sharp brush, the original solution, versus the one that we got is very fuzzy. But that's because of the brush that we chose. So let's go and choose a different brush. But hold on. As I approach, as I kind of move forward in this area, that soft and fuzzy brush doesn't bother me. It looks fine. All over everything else, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I just don't like what it did in this little part of the green. You see that? So I can try the whole thing again with a harder brush, or I can just remove that little bit of it and try that little bit of it again. But yes, Colette,
I missed how we clicked into the brush while using the remove tool so that I could draw a straight line.
okay, so let's turn this tool off again. And now we're going to try it one last time, so to say, and then I'll walk you through that again.
Okay.
Funny, even on something so simple, I was going to tell you, because with the other tool, we would have done this in a second, but by trying to use the remove tool, it's taking longer than I expected. But here we go. We have to be again on the background, because that's what it reads from, right? And the tool that I chose to use, it's interesting. It doesn't give me a choice of tool. It just gave me a choice of, I thought maybe I had forgotten to change its hardness. So when I did it myself on the remove tool version, it doesn't give me a choice. It only gives me a choice of size. Huh, I'm learning something myself right now, which is interesting, because normally on a brush tool, you can choose also the softness or the fuzziness or not of it. And what I mean by that, remember here, I'm at 200%. See how their correction was very sharp. And then the one that we made is very soft and fuzzy. You can usually choose if you want a brush to be soft and fuzzy. So I'm trying to choose the sharp brush, and I'm discovering that in this version of the tool, you can only choose a size and not the fuzziness of it. So, okay. Colette, let me walk you through this again then. So I'm not happy with that solution either. All right, so let me zoom up again so that I can see my whole area. And you're saying that you wanted to remember how to do this, the straight line? Is that what you need help with? Okay, so basically with this tool or any brush tool, I'm going to make it bigger. You simply click one point. Hold down your shift key, click another point, and you're going to get a straight line out of it.
I'm in the remove tool, not in the brush tool.
Yeah, it's a brush. The remove tool is when I call it a brush,
Mhm.
any tool that you can change the size of your brush, the size of the tool that comes as a circle, is ultimately a brush tool. So this is a brush tool, this is a brush tool, this is a brush tool. These are all brush tools, even though you don't see a brush. And this is a brush tool. And they're just like, this one is even called remove tool healing brush tool. This one's called healing brush tool. So it's a never mind. The whole point is that if you can choose the size of your tool, it's a brush tool, even if they gave it a different.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
So, and the way you distinguish it is because it shows up as a circle, that you can change its size. That's a brush tool.
Got
Okay.
it.
When you have a brush tool on hand, and there's many, when you click on one, shift, and click on the other, you get a straight line out of it. And you distinguish a brush tool by not by its name anymore. There were so few before that they always had brush included, but now you distinguish it by its the feature of how you work it. Okay. So got it. The word brushes got confusing. All right. So I don't like either of those. I wonder, I'm going to do the same exact thing I did before. But I'm going to do it with, I was going to get out of this image really quickly. Now I'm going to do the same thing I did before because I can't soften the brush any more than I am. I'm going to do the same thing I did before, but this time I'm going to say generative AI off just to see if perchance it gives me a better result, which many times generative AI off does give you a better result. I just haven't tried it on this image. Anyway, I'm going to just go ahead and now draw around the rest of the stuff that needs to be off. And I'm gonna just say go. Okay, so basically now the only difference from that one is that I turned the generative AI off to see if it gives me a better result. Otherwise, I know that the spot tool here would have given me a good job, a result with this. So anyway, I'm going to say okay by giving this a check mark or hitting the return. And here it is, remove edits 2. I'm already seeing something weird happening there. Let me zoom in. And that's weird. See, it's got some lines going across. And I don't know if you can tell, but there's some
Oh, yeah.
weirdness here. But the leaf part is better. The leaf part doesn't, look at that. The leaf part is much better. So, but I don't like what it did there. So
Would,
that's interesting. The leaves are good quality. They're not, the generative AI gives you a very low resolution solution, but the non-generative AI gave us a high resolution solution. So now I think the best thing we can do is combine both solutions. Here I can follow the line of what it did, which is not very good. See that you can see weird little things happening right there. That's the line of the correction. I don't even need to have this on to be able to keep following that line because I see it's hard maybe if you're not trained to it, but I can see that line. I can see those little shooting darts. I can see that wire all the way through. So the only part that I like about this new one is just that tip. So the good news is that I can use masking to get rid of the bad part of this, and I can use masking to get rid of the bad part of this. And so I can use the best part of that one with the best part of this one to make it work. I don't know if it's worth it, given that, as I said, that tool will give us a better example. But by now I'm really tempted to just use the simple tool. But anyway, just to show that generative AI isn't the one-off solution always. Colette, is that a new question? Or is it hand from before? Okay, so I'm going to stop your hand. All right. Did you guys have the same solution I had, which you can kind of see the wire here and there? Or did you have a better solution than me when you did not use generative AI?
I
Now
think your
mine,
solution is to mask out the little ones. Pick your favorite one and then
Yeah, I'm
clean
thinking I'm
up.
gonna mask, but did any of you have a better result without generative AI than I did? It's so interesting. Anyway, as I said, both of these choices would have been taken care of. For those of you who've never used the spot removing tool, let me really quickly show you that if I had done the spot removing tool and I've created a new layer using the spot removing tool, which is the one above the generative AI, I'm gonna just show you that without even having to think about it, I'm pretty sure it would have done a better job. Whoops, I'm going to zoom in for this one.
Yeah, my clouds are definitely better without having generative AI on by turning it off.
Yeah. Okay, so that's good. Good for you. For me, it wasn't. Anyway, so here's what I'm going to do with this one. With the spot removing tool, which is above, I'm just going to start drawing across the things that I don't want anymore. And I have it, my tool's too small. And when you let go, it's just creating something that is not generative AI. And so it is, and I'm going to just I have a pen. The reason it's so big for me, you guys, is because I'm using a Wacom tablet tool, just so you know, that is pressure based. For you guys, probably you need to have your tool be the size that you need it to be, which is pretty small. But with this tool, it's pressure based, and anyway, and so make sure to have it be only as big as you want it to be. Anyway, and I'm going to do that same thing. I'm going to do click, shift, click, click, shift, click. Oh, it's not.
And I think you can turn off the pressure-based.
Yeah, I probably should do that on that one. Anyway, just right now, I just want to drag across and show you how it's doing a very good job on its own. And this tool we've had for hundreds of years in Photoshop. Well, I'm not going to say hundreds of years, of course, you know that I'm exaggerating there. But by the time I get to the part that matters, which is over here, this is when it becomes, what's it gonna do? And what's it gonna do? Now, to say the truth, this is such a simple wire. When you have a city with bazillions of wires, you can't really do this hand by hand, and that's why that tool is so cool. But right now, when you don't like an area where it didn't work well, you just kind of go over it again and that hides it in. So at this point, other than having to do two maskings and get a perfect result down there, using the good old tool that I've had for years, kind of took care of this wire even better. But I don't want to have confused someone like Shamuel who's never used any of these tools. Have I confused you completely, or are you following along? Shamuel, how's it going with you?
I'm following along.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
only because those of you who've taken classes with me before, we've used this spotting tool a lot. But the other two tools, I'm always testing them to see which one do I like best. And in this case, so this is this one here. If you hover over it, it's called the spot healing tool. Let me see. Give me the name. Let me hover, and there's so many now. Why is it not giving me its name? How funny. Hello. I think it's because I had there. Yeah, the spot healing brush tool. And they've had this one forever. Okay. And then this one down here is just the healing brush tool. So the name of the original two are very similar, but the spot one works very differently than the healing brush tool. So the one I'm choosing for us to use right now is the spot healing brush tool.
Diana, excuse me. So for like a dirty CCD where you have the spots, would you be using the spot healing brush to
Yeah,
remove?
so the spot healing brush, I'm sorry, I moved over. The spot healing brush tool is what I would have used forever on something like this. And say that you had little specks or things hanging around or whatever in the a little bird that you didn't want, you would just go and cover it and it would disappear. It was always good for things that were isolated. It's never been a very good tool to say, I want to get rid of this piece of this tree because it's in the way of something. Since it's connected to other parts of this tree, it might or not work, or it might make a weird thing. And see how in this case it didn't work for that. But I'm not on the right image. I'm over here. So you have to be careful how you use it, but if you knew how to use it, it was very effective. As you saw, I got rid of that wire really effectively. Let me double click on this layer one and call this one spot healing tool, brush tool.
For some reason, my spot healing brush tool's not doing anything, and I put it on a new layer.
Okay, if you put it on a new layer, you may make sure that you have sample all layers turned on.
Oh, I don't. Whoops.
Yeah. So
Thanks.
put it on a new layer, and then this needs to be turned on. Otherwise it does nothing because it's reading itself and there's nothing there to fix. Okay, so it's very important to have it sample.
Thanks.
Spot healing brush to sample all layers. And in this case, also that the others have to be turned off, because if you have it up higher and you have these turned on, then it's sampling stuff that you've healed, right? So make sure that it's right above the image, and that you have sample all layers turned on. So basically, I have 3 solutions here. I have this one, which was the first choice, but that one, this was the generative AI, and it left all the little bits. Okay, this one, let me just right click, because now I want to keep these as a generative. So let me say yes, generative. Okay, then the second one was the one that was no generative. And then the third one, no, this was a no generative. What was the second one? No, I'm lost. The one that gave us a fuzzy result. That was a no generative. And this was no generative. What was the first? The first one was generative. God, we did 3 tests, and sorry, now I'm. Oh, okay. So this one is we just the remove. Okay. This is where we drew the. Let me just go remove tool. We drew the line, so to say, with generative. And then this one was we drew the line, but no generative. Okay. And this one was the complete generative on its own, which the problem was it didn't pick up on these. So ultimately, the better solution maybe was to use the first one and then to just go in and spot tool those bits. But I was trying to see the whole cable. So this one was the remove wires automatic. Yes, generative. Sorry, for a moment there, I was forgetting that was what it all started with. Remove wires. Yes, generative. Then we drew our own line and we did generative, and it became fuzzy at the end. And then this one, we drew our own line, but we said no generative, and that one didn't work at all. And then we did the spot healing tool brush. Okay. So we've done this in 10 different ways. And notice that from afar, they all look fine. So you cannot tell if something is good or bad until you are at 100% minimum, which is command 1. Or for something like this, you might need to go up to a bit more, 200%, especially on a high resolution screen like mine, because that's when you really see what's happening. Okay. So that was the 4 choices that we made. The remove wires tool. And then we did the 2 hand-drawn ones with and without generative. And then we did the spot healing brush tool. Okay. All I want you to know is which options we did. Not always will this be the results. Other times, right now, I prefer my spot healing brush tool of them all. Other times I might prefer this one. Other times I prefer this one. When the wires are complicated, the wires tool has been amazing what it's done. So it all depends on what you're choosing to do. But be careful that the generative results are not high resolution, and that's the point I'm trying to make. So all that low resolution fuzziness that we saw, that's not good if it's going to ruin your image. All right. Yes, Moni?
So I accidentally clicked on something and it's selected the areas that I've masked, and it's got the little ants going around it, and I've done escape, I've clicked on other tools, I can't get it to stop.
Do you have to say yes or no to something, and that's why? Okay, give me a share.
No,
Because sometimes you can't do
I-
any other tool until you first agree to something. Go ahead and share your screen.
yeah, I did something. I clicked on, I did some kind of a command. Oops, now let me see. See how it says deselect? So
Yeah.
that's, and I don't know if I click that, then I don't know what.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see, and you have a layer 1, and okay. So go ahead and just to start, go ahead and do a command. You're on a Mac, right? No, you're on a PC. Do Control D. That's the shortcut for deselect. So there you go. The Control D worked, even
Okay.
though the
Okay.
button didn't work. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, okay, go ahead and undo that. Do Command Z, Control Z to bring the selection back up. The ultimate place to do a deselect is up from the very top. Go up to where it says select on the menu. Way up, 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 up. Yeah. And see how the deselect is the Control D that I told you about?
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
So now go ahead and hit that.
Because it also says
It's,
deselect
I
here.
know, but those, I know the contextual toolbars sometimes, I don't know.
Yeah,
don't
so I don't know what I did, but
So
I
I'm
did
showing you
something.
the original way, which is why
Thank
I
you.
was warned about the contextual toolbar. In a way, it's awesome, but if it doesn't work, you know, if you don't know the original way, which is what I just showed you, you don't know how to do it. So that's interesting. Okay. There you go. The good old Control Command D for deselecting is what I always do, but you would have thought that would have worked, right?
Padlet? Padlet?
Oh, thank you. Rebecca, what would I ever do if you weren't in my class? You just can't stop being in my class ever. Rebecca's really good at reminding me to do the Padlet, which in this
There's
case
So
means,
much I need to learn. I will probably be in your class for a long time.
so
Me too.
here we go. Let's do a screenshot of all these different versions, even though it's hard to tell the difference at this height or this level. Let me just zoom into the complicated part here, I guess. And then I'll do a screenshot of just all the different things that we tested. Okay, which is really what you want to, and let me make this a little bit bigger actually so that you can see the names of all the different things that we tested. Padlet, let me give you guys the link. Here's the Padlet link on the chat, you guys. And then let's post these attempts. For different attempts at removing the wire. Remove wires using the remove tool and the Gen, I'm just writing Gen AI automatic specific remove wires tool gave us a great wire removal, but it left the birds and the junk that was hanging off of the wire. That would have been easy to solve, by the way, by then going and removing just that junk, right? But I'm just talking about the general tool. Then we used, let me see, move tool, drawing by hand the line, click, shift, click to draw a straight line. And with forced, so to say, generative AI, gave us a goodish solution, but a low res bunch of leaves. Remove tool, drawing by hand, but not using generative AI, gave us a bad result with visible lines in the clouds. And then the fourth option was spot healing brush tool. This was the original tool without generative AI, and it gave us the best solution. And let me be clear, for this image, but each image will react differently. These are all options to try. Never assume one is the best. All right, there we go. Publish. All right, back to Photoshop. Command 0. Are y'all posting your stuff? Hopefully you are. And it says approves, like I need to approve your, why am I having to approve your post suddenly? How bizarre. Anyway, okay. Go ahead and, okay, a couple of you are posting. And now let's go back to Photoshop. No, let's go back to Bridge actually, because I want us to open, the next one that I want us to open is two over to the left. It's called Remove Distractions People, which is the other generative AI tool that this feature has. Let me double click, and it's distractions instead of distractions. Okay, that's a typo there, but you got the idea. Okay, is everyone with me? Ish? Yeah, okay. So now we're going to go again to that generative AI tool and see all these little people hanging around. Let's go to the find distractions and go with just people. Okay. And notice that it says editable. Anyway, let's go ahead and say people.
We didn't need to create a new layer.
No, because since we said create new layer, that's what I
Oh, it's gonna do it. I got it. Got
gonna
it.
create a new layer.
Was this in Venice?
No, this is in Spain. The I'm having a blank right
Cordova.
in Córdoba, the Mezquita, it's the cathedral now, but it used to be I'm sorry, why am I
Mosque.
it used to be a mosque. Thank you. I could only say it in Spanish. It used to be a mosque. I mean, it's been a mosque or a cathedral for thousands of years. It's gone back and forth, back and forth. So it's so fascinating. This is the part that was a mosque, and when you turn to the right over here, right in the middle, there's this huge Baroque, cathedral inside of the same building. It's amazing. But this is in Córdoba in Spain. Anyway, give me a second to show you what's happening, and I'm going to zoom in to show you what's happening. It didn't just do it. Notice that when you went to find distraction, it says editable. Okay. So what it did is it gave us those cloud pink colors that we had drawn before. In the wires one, it just did it for you, one click removal. But this one, instead of you drawing around each person, it found the people and it drew around them. And you have to go, okay, like it or don't like it. And if you look around, you'll see that it pretty much caught all the people. Now we'll see what happens with how much it captured, but see how it goes around the people. Now I'm noticing over here, it left a bag that's not very well collected. So maybe I'm going to draw a little bit more. So in that sense, it's editable. You can look at it and go, whoop, it forgot a person over here. Or it's got, like over here is a little thing. I can call it a person. Or maybe you wanted to keep one person in particular. You wanted to keep your wife standing here while everyone else is supposed to be removed or something like that. So you could go in and give it a minus tool and then remove the selection over the person you do want to keep. Okay. So once you're set and looking and noticing that it seemed to have removed the right people, then you give it the check mark. And then it'll do that And now we have to see the results. And I'm seeing mostly good results except for one. And as you can see over here, it gave me another layer, right? And for the most part, I've got a good result over here. Here I still have some weirdness, but if I don't really notice or pay attention, I might not have noticed. But over here, this column is missing. See over there? When they removed those people, but it didn't regenerate another column. Sometimes it does a good job of regenerating stuff under it, and sometimes it doesn't over here. And I'm going to zoom in to 100%, but let's do 200% because that's when you can really see. Over here, there's this very intricate pattern in the wall behind this guy. If I turn this on, it did a pretty good job of regenerating that pattern almost at the end. And then here it's missing it. You see that? Like, by the way, if you looked at it from afar, before and after, you'd go, oh, great, all the people are removed. That looks wonderful, doesn't it? But you have to approach at a minimum to 100% because from afar, this is looking good. 100% Command or Control plus, and then because I have Retina screen, I'm going to go to 200%. You don't have to go to 200%. 100% is really enough. But I always go that one extra little bit, even though it does make things fuzzy. And this photo has a lot of noise. It was obviously, it's not even very sharp. It was in a very dark room. This place had no light. It was just dark, dark, dark. So that's the quality of this image. But now is when I really get to see the details. And what I discover is that if I turn this one on and off, all this whole area had to be recreated. So with just those lines, it put more lines over this woman. That's great. It seemed to have followed the pattern mostly until the end on this one, but it missed the boat on this one. See how that column's missing? So can we fix that? Actually, the good news is yes, we can recreate the bottom of that column with this. That's not a problem. But if we didn't have another column nearby, we wouldn't be able to recreate that missing thing. But then Photoshop, again, wouldn't have been able to invent what was there either, versus here it was able to invent with that gate, it invented more gate, with that gate, it invented more. Now I'm still seeing a piece of woman hitting over there. Like,
Yeah, that's her shoe.
that's her shoe.
But is what we're seeing the shadow, that remnant, is what we're seeing? Isn't that really the shadow, what's left of that person, that woman's legs and her shadow? Or is it actually a pillar?
It's the intent of AI to recreate what should have been there. And sometimes it does an amazing job and sometimes it doesn't.
Right. No, but I think it's just floor that was there where she's standing.
It kind of tried to make a bit of a shadow, but exactly. So the question is, do we need to just reselect a bit bigger? I think it had selected the shadow, but let's try it again. So turn this one off. Let's call this one, no column, for example, to see what's the biggest problem with this one, because the rest is fixable. I mean, that's fixable with the other tool, with the spot healing brush. I'm going to teach you, you can fix that. But in this case, let's try it again. I'm going to select the background again, and let's give this one more try. Let's say people again, but this time, let's see if we can select it differently to make a difference. Oh yeah, so look at that. That one hadn't been selected. See how that shoe that we had left behind is still there. But the thing is, I have to be careful because if I get too much column, then it might grab too much column. So now I'm going to add this leg that had been left out. Now this hadn't been left out, but maybe I'll try a bit bigger. I don't know. I just think it just couldn't invent that much, but we'll see. Over here, I'm going to try, and I don't know, but I'm going to try whatever reduce what it's choosing a little bit more. So just to show you reducing. One way to reduce is to go from plus to minus over there, or all these brush tools, again, brush tools. See how they have a plus sign in the middle of them? If I do here, I add more. I'm going to Command Z to that. But if I hold down my Option key, see how my plus sign turns into a minus? So that means that I'll be reducing. I can go in and reduce the choice that it's making. You see that? Again, I'm going to Command Z. I don't want to reduce what it shows over there, but maybe I'll see if I can reduce the choice somewhere else and see what it does. What if I reduce a bit of this pattern? Will it know to replicate that pattern? Because you need to give it some pattern for it to know to replicate that pattern. So we're going to try on this person. If I give it less space of choice, if it does a horrible job or if it does a better job. I don't know, but I'm going to try it because that's why you try these tools. And so now I went and the selection is much more right on top of the guy, right? And let's see what it does. Now, you can't forget the shadow. This guy has that shadow of him walking. So I'm going to include that shadow. See that? Otherwise, that'll be left behind and that'll look weird. Now, this one here is the shadow of the column, so I'm going to leave that one. But the main thing is that I took away a lot of this pattern. Will it know to recreate that pattern, or will we be left with a bad selection? I don't know. Over here, I expanded this choice to see if it makes a difference. What if I give it? The problem of giving it some column is that it'll think it needs to remove it. So I'm not going to do that. Maybe I'll delete some more of that column to see if it figures out to replace the column a bit better. By deleting some of what it doesn't need to have, it might do a better or a worse job. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a try. Someone was trying, Rebecca, you were trying to say,
I got a good column, but you know, like you say with AI, it depends on the click.
yeah. Each time it'll make a different choice. Exactly. Let me see over here. I hadn't liked this solution too much before. Again, I'm just going to test what happens. These I'm going to leave as is because they were not bad. But I'm noticing that over here I have a foot of someone. So someone must have been behind this column. I'm just going to take the little foot out. And then that's it. All I did was really reduce this person's choice just to see what happens. And on this one, I reduced a bit up there, but I added a bit below. And then I'm going to give it a try. So now click on that and let's see what it does this second time. Over here, it gave me a better solution. This time it gave me a bottom to this column, which before it hadn't. So actually, I like this better. So that's one win. And over here, it doesn't have any leftover people because I cut all the rest, but it still didn't recreate a completely new column. Not too worried about that because I can copy this column and put it here. I really can. I'll show you how with a different tool. But let me compare. So this is the new one. I'm going to say I edited the choices. Let me say. And then I'm going to compare this result. I'm going to turn this eyeball on and compare it to this result. It seems like it gave me pretty much the same solution. No, it didn't give me the same solution. It gave me a different solution, but which one is better? I like the second solution better. This column is better. Although it has some weird thing there around the backpack. It has a longer door that suddenly has no ending. So the first one made more sense. So for the most part, I like a bit of one and a bit of the other, right? But like Rebecca well said, each time you press go, the motor, the engine recreates everything. So even if we do it exactly the same thing as we did the first time, it's still doing a weird job here. That is as weird as the first time. I don't know why it's having a hard time with that guy when it can remove everything else, but there it's doing a weird job. Look at how it recreates the whole doorway over here when you put this person out. So anyway, I don't like what it does with this guy. But over here, it did a better job with him and just as good with this one. So as you can see, it's got its good and its bads. I'm going to go ahead and try it one last time. And then after that, that goes to show how good or how bad this tool is. Again, there's times when you try it, especially I've tried it on a brightly lit street with a lot of people, and it gave me a 99% good solution. I'm thinking that maybe it's having a bit of a harder time because when you see this at 100%, you see how it is pretty fuzzy. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, the lighting, or it's just what it's doing with this image. So I'm going to try it one last time, and then we're going to move on to other stuff. So I'm going to go back to people. I've turned these two solutions off. Now I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to modify. I'm going to add more because I didn't like what it did with that backpack there. So I'm going to add a bit more. It had some like weird black stuff going on. So I'm going to do that. See if it knows to recreate the bottom of this column. I don't know if it will. I'm going to go ahead, and I liked what it did with this guy. So in this case, I'm going to do that again. I'm going to get rid of some of the extra stuff. I'm going to leave that column. So I actually I did like that it knew to recreate the ending of that. I think here, because I'm using more column, it's actually going to give us a bit of a worse result. I don't know. And here, I'm going to add again this person's feet and then reduce a bit the choices of what doesn't need to be gotten rid of. So I don't need to get rid of that. I don't know how to make this one any better.
Diane, how are you getting rid of the spots you don't want?
Okay, I'm holding down the Option key, or you can just go and choose the minus over here. There's a plus and a minus.
Uh-huh.
So if you leave it on plus, then the shortcut is to hold down the Alt or Option key. If you're on a Mac, it's Option. If you're on a PC, it's the Alt key.
Okay,
And
got
choose
it. Thank
the
you.
minus. Okay. I like that because then I can let go and I'm back in plus, and I press and I'm in minus instead of having to go up here each time to change it. Ah,
Perfect. Thank you.
wow. That's a snooze to my break tool. Let's finish this one up because when you come back, we'll do something else. And this time I'm gonna reduce the choice over here instead of expand the choice. I don't know, just to try something different. I'm gonna let it read more column. I'm gonna reduce and go much closer to these people, which in general is not advised, but in this case, if it reads more column, maybe it can create more column. I don't know. But again, it's just trying different things to see. Now, I don't like what it did with this guy at all 2 times. So now, I don't know. I'm going to just give it another choice. I'm going to reduce column over here, and I'm going to reduce. Normally, expanding is better. But since I didn't like this before twice, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to reduce his choice. At worst, it's going to give me a different solution that I'm going to like better or worse, right? And then I can combine all three for my favorite choice. And this one, it's always done a good job on, so I don't need to touch this one at all. I'm going to let it stay as is. And I thought, oh, and then down here, I thought we had found a little foot, someone's little foot. Looks like I touched around here. I put a little pink spot here that I no reason putting in there.
There's
Okay.
a shadow with the shoe.
There's a shadow to that little, oh yeah, look at that. There's a little shadow with that shoe. Good eye. Okay. I'm ready to give it my third and final try. I'm check marking that thing. And let us see. Here's my last one. And I'm going to just say that I reduced options even more, which normally has not been the right solution, but let's see. So plus to 200%, and let's explore. Well, actually, I'm gonna have to go back down to here. It looks good. Ooh, I like that much better. Look at that is much better than the other two solutions over here. I used to have that stuff and that stuff, which is weird. And reducing the choices on this one gave me a much better solution on this side. This is just as good. Okay, I like that. This shoe here is missing and the shadow is gone, and that's fine. So let's see what it did to this man. and this time it didn't completely finish the column. It's more like solution 1. But I liked solution 2 for this one better, but good. I can just, use a bit of each, but not bad though. And let's see over here. Well, it tried to create a column this time. It doesn't finish. And it gave me some weird little things there, and it left a little tiny bit of backpack there. But if I go between solutions, there's first solution. It has no column, and we had left behind that foot. The second one, I had figured that out, and it gave me at least the shadow and no column. But it left all these shadows as if someone was there. And I hadn't even noticed that it left stuff as if someone had been there. And then the last one, it's still, now it left, I reduced it and it left even more shadows. And the column's kind of spattered. So between this one and this one, I kind of still like the second choice better. It did a better job of eliminating all this stuff. But it's interesting that I hadn't even noticed the shadows before. What did it do the first time? The first time it got rid of the shadows better. So as you can see, probably the best solution is a combination of all. And here's the thing, you guys aren't at advanced masking yet. Some of you guys aren't at advanced masking yet, but just so you know, with these 3 solutions, we can mask in and out what we like best of each one, and we can probably get to the best solution by masking each individual one of these. Like if I don't like this result here, I can mask this result out and turn this one on and have that one be the piece that shows through. Does that make sense? And if what I prefer, I don't prefer anything of the first one, so I can leave the first one off, but I like the column base better of number 2, but I like what it did over there better for number 3, so I can combine these 2 with masking. Now, my question will be after we come back, do you want to move on to a third image that I have to do a different thing, or do you want me to kind of show you what I mean about masking? So give me a yes to move on to a different image with a different set of choices, or if you want me to show you how to mask. Now, these is my results. You might have different 3 results that you like better. So me showing you how to mask these 2 to get my preferred results might not be the ones you need to, just want to say caveat. You might like your first and second better, or you might like none of them, or you might have a really good solution on one of them, right? But I can show you how to go in and out by masking these. And I don't want to, anyway, but again, it's not a demo where everyone is having the same results. And that's why it's a bit hard to give a demo when everyone have different results. But I can show you the technique of how to move some things in and out, or we can move on to a whole different thing that we're going to do after break. So now, yes, for a whole different thing, give me a green yes. Well, not a whole different thing, but I want to go and still use some of these content aware tools, but it's on a different image. Or let's first do a bit of masking on this one. That would be a no. Okay, so give me a yes for a whole different thing that we all will have the same results because we're all going to be on the same image, or no means yes, let's do some masking even though your results and my results are different. Let's see how you do that. So that's the no. Okay, so I'm having a preponderances of no's. Some people haven't answered yet. Moni is not there probably to answer.
No, I'm here, but I think that I'll go with either one. So,
Oh,
because it's
okay. So you go with what I choose. But the rest of you guys are talking about masking, except for Colette, you raised your hand. Is it a yes or no? Continue with this one with masking.
Anything that the group wants, it's all good for me.
All right, well, the group seems to want to come back to masking. So let's do a screenshot of what we have. Okay, we've removed the people. Let's do a screenshot of this piece, post it, and then when we come back from break, we will do a little bit more of this with masking, just to get some masking in there, because the results probably will be very much, when you try things 2 or 3 times, you probably will be able to have to mask some choices in and out a lot. So that is, I think, a good choice. Okay, remove people, tool using Gen AI. We used the plus and minus choices to get a different result each time. We will later mask the better options to get a final result. Plus, I'll teach you how to use the other tool to regenerate that missing column. We'll do that after break. Okay. Cool. What time is it? 10:38. I need help. Can someone figure out 15 minutes for me, please? Be back at
52.
52 a.m. Good. See you guys in 15. I'm gonna go get that coffee that never came. All right. Is everyone back? Okay. Let's see. I'm going to clear your answers that are answers from before's question. And now give me either turn on your videos if you normally do that, or give me a yes if you're there lurking in the background, just so I know that there's a warm body behind the block, behind the window, just so I know you're there. And let's go. Turns out my coffee was sitting outside the door of my studio. You hadn't wanted to interrupt me. But meanwhile, it got a bit cold. So, but at least I've had it. Cold or not, I have some caffeine in my system. Woo. All right. I'm
Only
seeing
happy.
what that. Yeah. I'm seeing some yeses back there for people. That means that you are there. Or I'm seeing your faces, so that means most of you guys are back, so that's good. Let's keep going. All right. I took off, I went to the Padlet and took off. There was weirdly a feature called approve posts if there's questionable content on them, which I've never had an issue with. And it seems that for some reason it was finding questionable content because I came up to check what you guys were doing and there were like 8 things needed approval. So I took that feature off. So don't post anything questionable and now you'll not need any approval, but it was so weird. I have it always had it on. So I don't know why this time it decided that these posts had questionable features.
People, maybe.
Maybe because we're removing people. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe the sound remove people, maybe the text remove people sounds scary to AI, which is probably what decides what goes or not goes. But anyway, now you don't have to wait for me to approve anyone. So, okay. All right, everyone back to Photoshop, and we're gonna work on this masking. Now, let me check in. Those of you guys, I know that everyone probably can learn more masking. There's not like no one's an expert at it. But those of you who have not done masking before at all, please give me a yes. And those of you who've done just a little bit of masking, like maybe in a class, but the whole concept of masking is still a bit unclear, then go ahead and add that yes. In particular, I want to know of the people that I don't know. So like Karen and Shamuel, who are new to my class, I'd like to hear more. Colette, I think you had done a class before, but again, just a little bit of masking. So that's the second level of yes. Shamuel, how are you about around masking?
I've never done it before.
Okay, so give me a yes.
How do you do that?
Oh, the green check marks. You go to the, I thought you've been saying yes or no up until now, haven't you? Yeah, there we go. And then Patricia, who you've been taking classes on and off, but you've been doing a lot of Lightroom, and Lightroom masking didn't exist for many, many years. And now that it does exist, it's only within the within the raw tools, which are the same ones that we've used here, which are very different than how we're going to use the masking now. Okay, so good. So I just wanted to have a feeling for masking in the sense that I might need to teach you a bit of some I wanted to see, since it's quite a few of you guys, I'm going to do a couple of quick little masking I'm going to do a little bit of masking here to let's go back to the remove wires, this one. I'm going to do some basic stuff about masking. Well, this might confuse this issue and it might save some weird stuff. So let's open a different one, just because I don't want to confuse that issue. Let's open a different image. Let me open, which one can I use for just a basic example here? What's our best image to do a basic example here? Let's use these people, the super zoom and harmonize test. Where's the original one of those? Here, this one, the select people. Let's go to the select people and open that one, just so that I have something clean to try some masking on. First of all, I want you to know that if you the remove distractions people removes little people in the background like that. But in this case, the people are the foreground. They are the subject. So it's not like the tool it shouldn't technically work well with this. Plus, it would have to invent so much of the photo. You know what I mean? Usually this is for little bits of people that are hanging around in the background. I'm just talking about the remove people tool. This is not that example. Okay. So now, let's go
Sorry,
ahead.
excuse me, sorry.
Yes.
So this photo has that wriggly stuff. In other words, it was edited before. How
We've
do I get a
edited it
clean one?
before. If you go to we've put it in other stuff, but the original one itself, we have saved over, so it shouldn't have that. But if it does, and say that it does for you, maybe you did some stuff to it, and it opened in Camera Raw. Say that for you, it opened in Camera Raw like that. Then just say open over here. Click on open, and then it'll open straight into Photoshop. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And then you're at the same place that we are, unless there's any changes you made to it in Camera Raw. But right now, the basic JPEG we had saved over when we created it, we put it in another image. So that one could and should stay the same. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is just learn a bit about masking. So it's not necessarily going to be logical to this image, but so say that we want to change people's say that we want to change this stuff that's blue, okay? But we want to change it on only one area. And there's another way to do this, but I'm just giving you a kind of a little bit of an absurd example so that it makes sense to understand masking. Okay, so let's go ahead and create an adjustment layer. So we're going to go down to the bottom of the layers panel. We're going to click on adjustment layer. Okay. And we're not making any selection yet. We have no selection made at all. Okay. And this is important because a lot of times when we start adjustment layers, we start with a selection, but to teach you masking, I'm starting with no selection. So I'm going to click on this and we're going to go to the word solid color way at the top. And since there's no selection made, there's nothing I can choose because otherwise I could choose what I want to change, but I don't have a selection made. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a color. So let's go somewhere over there. And let's say that I'm going to choose to make something red. Let me go over here to red. And then over here, we're going to click on some tone. It's more like a pinkish, I guess I chose, whatever. Let's go for a bright pink and choose a bright pinkish color. Let's just choose that. And you can go with any color, but just as long as you know that over here you choose kind of what color you want, and then over here you choose if it's light or dark or whatever. So I'm going to go for a tone that's kind of like this-ish. Yes, Moni?
So I must have a settings on here because I don't have the options for any of the
Okay, let me cancel.
any of the, yeah.
You don't have these choices down here? for-
No, so I've done, I mean, it must be set up somehow. I'm looking and I'm
Right.
not finding it.
Either do reset photography,
Yep, I did that. I'll do it one more time.
or go over here, you have the adjustments tab and go to single adjustments. And then one of these is the solid color. Where is it?
Okay. All right.
Right.
No, I reset it a third time and it's popped up now. So I don't know why
Okay,
it didn't
and I
work
don't
the
even see
first two,
solid
but
color here. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't see solid color here. I always thought they were all the same. There's selective color, there's color balance. Those are different than solid color. How interesting. Because solid color is a really useful adjustment. Selective colors there. So they don't have solid color there. That's weird. Anyway, so solid color. Again, choose something, and I went for something like that. It doesn't matter what, but just going for something.
And I need to get there. I can't do it. I'm
Okay.
I can't
on the
either.
lower part.
So
I
quite a
was
few of you guys can't do that. That's weird.
Looking from down below, I'm not seeing that,
So on the layers panel
right?
down below, you don't have all these choices
Do have that, but when I click on,
on the round circle
okay, got it.
up with
Thank
many
you.
choices, and the topmost one is solid color. Samuel, did that work for you, or do you need to share your screen?
hold on.
So layers panel.
Give me a
This is where
sec.
you do masking. Yes, no, maybe?
Okay, so I see the circle.
Okay, click on it. And then there's a bunch of choices, and the topmost, first of the very top.
Solid color.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm there now.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Normally, we would have done a selection before this, but I'm just trying to teach you the basics of masking, and that's why right now we're going with no selection. And then you choose a color, and I've chosen something around there. So go with any tone, color, and then you choose how light or dark or intense or bright you want it to be. Okay? And the choice that you're choosing appears right there. All right? So we're going to say okay to that. Yeah? When you said okay to that, now you have a whole bunch of whatever that color you made. Yeah? And if you turn this on and off, down there we have our other image. Now, this on all adjustment layers, no matter what, look, I'm going to just bring a couple of others. I'm going to bring vibrance up. I'm going to bring, and don't do this, black and white up. You see that anytime you bring up an adjustment layer, it comes with this white box over there. That area is the masking area. I'm going to get rid of them, but I wanted to show you that any one of these that you pop up will have this white box. That's the area that we get to do our masking. Now, what does masking mean? So let's select the mask. First of all, this is the tool. This is the mask. Okay, it's got two portions. We're going to select the mask. And when you select the mask, what happens is that with no selection made, this mask means that nothing is being masked. Imagine that being masked means being hidden. Okay, so none of this is being hidden. So in fact, we're seeing that pink that we chose everywhere because none of this effect is being hidden. So imagine if this is the effect is fill with pink. None of the effect of fill with pink is hidden. So everything is filled with pink. We don't see anything underneath. Does that make sense? So if you think about a mask as if it's white, nothing is being hidden away, thus everything is pink, we are going to change the color of this. And right now we're going to invert it completely. We're going to make it black. So you're going to see the effect of black on the mask area. And right now, to make this effect be black, we're just going to invert it. You can do the shortcut Command I, and that inverted the black to white. So now the mask is black. So if black means hide my effect, it's effectively hiding. There's nothing is pink now. Does that make sense? So in particular, Karen and Shemuel, from whom this is totally, I think, new to you or very newish to you, do you see the difference? I'm going to now Command I. When it's white, my entire effect is applying. So everything is being painted pink. The effect that I made was make everything pink, and it's happening to everything. When I do Command I, and if I don't want to do Command I on the properties, you can like invert the mask right here, invert back and forth, invert. I'm inverting the mask. How did I get that? If you double click on the properties area, sorry, on the tool area, you'll see over here the little slider. And that's kind of the area where we're inverting, or not the mask. Okay, just on the mask, not the properties area. I'm sorry, on the mask. Invert, 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 invert. I like the shortcut invert. I believe that when you have a mask over here, one of these is the invert choice. Would that be the invert choice? No, that's turn it off and see. Okay, none of these are the invert choice. I just don't know always when this. So invert is just to make it black or white. So basically now we say, okay, make everything pink. And then I'm like, wait, but I'm blocking that effect from everything because it's all black. So now nothing is being made pink. Okay, so that's the all or nothing. If that makes sense to you, just that little portion that I explained, give me a yes. When it's white, the effect falls on everything. When it's black, the effect falls nowhere. So that pink is as if it wasn't there. Okay, good. Now, what we got to do in this case, because I'm doing it in this reverse mode, in the black mode, is we need to cut a little hole through this so that we can see some things through. Imagine, look at me, it's going to be Halloween. Imagine that I'm trying to make a mask for my face. And what I do is I grab a piece of paper and I put it in front of my face. This is what we just done. I'm hiding my entire face. Now I want to cut a little hole so I can see through. So now we got cut a little hole through this mask so that we can see through the pieces that I want to be pink. And it's basically this way. When you have black, you paint white. When you have white, you paint black. So since we have black right now, I'm going to paint white. So I'm going to go over to my brush tool. Now there's so many things that look like brushes. Once again, that the easiest way to get the correct brush tool is to hit the letter B on my keyboard, B for brush. And that's the correct brush. Okay. And if you know which one it is, click on it. But since there's so many brush looking things, hitting the B gives us the actual clean old brush. Okay. Now with the clean brush in my hands, I'm going to go down to the colors that I can choose. And the first thing that's going to happen, people are going to want to click on the color here. And then you're going to get the color picker again. So don't do that. We don't want to click on the color because the color picker comes up. What we want to do is, first of all, and I'm going to just show you where I'm pointing to. It's this area here that I'm pointing to, right? So if you don't see that area very well, because maybe your tools are kind of hiding it, then you have to double up your tools up here so that you can see it up higher, okay? And sometimes, depending on your resolution, these tools might just be out here hiding for you. So in which case, double up your tools up there with that little double-headed arrow, that little bit, and then you can get it to be a little bit higher. I'm going to do this just so that it's a bit more visible. But mine was there, but for some of you it's not there, so I'm just moving it up a little bit higher. Okay, so here's the thing about these tools. By default, they come in black and white, foreground and background, or background and foreground. See this little double-headed arrow? It turns back and forth, back and forth. So you can have foreground be white, background be black, or foreground be black, background be white. If you have a different color here that's not black and white, if say you have a gray for some reason, then clicking on this tiny little guy right there, it turns them into black and white. Say for example, let me just give you an example that one of these was gray. Clicking on this little guy brings you back to black and white. Now for when it's extended, that little black and white guy is up above. So once again, say that this is a gray. Clicking on that little guy there brings you back to black and white. Okay, so we just click on one to make sure that it's black and white. But other than that, it's that little tiny curve that switches back and forth. Let me put this back up here so it's easier to see. Okay, back and forth. Now, why does this matter? I hate coming over to this little arrow to turn it to back and forth, especially when it's tiny down there. So watch what I'm going to do. Instead of clicking, click, 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 instead of doing that, I'm going to actually go to my keyboard and click on the X key. And you just watch this. I'm going to click on the X key once. Boom. See how it switched? X key again. Boom. See how it switched? So I'm going to do X, 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 X. Are you seeing that how these are going from black and white, white to black? Everyone, yeah, you got that? I'm just using the X key. Just because if every time I want to switch from black to white, I have to go all the way there and choose that little arrow, which, by the way, when it's down here, that arrow is even tinier. That would drive me crazy. So that's why I use the shortcut X, 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 X. Okay? Now, if we have black over here on the mask, we need to have white in my brush. If we have white on the mask, remember when we had it inverted, then we would need to use black on my brush. In this case, we have black on the mask, so I need to do XX until I get white on the foreground. That means that I got white on my brush. If you've got that and all that makes sense, give me a yes. For some of you guys who've done this forever, sometimes this part or this section is a little bit mysterious too. But for those of you who are completely new to this, I want to make sure that we know how to choose our color of ink that our brush is going to paint with, or color of paint, whatever. So, and why? And why we choose one color or another. Basically, if you have black and you want to change it, you got to paint with white. Okay. All right. I'm seeing yeses from everyone. So now clear your feedback. Okay. Then the next thing we need to do is change the size of our brush. Now, for this example, I don't care to be accurate, but you change the size of a brush like I've shown you before. This is a brush tool, so you use the minus, minus, minus. Sorry, not minus, the bracket key that's small to make it tiny, or the bracket key, the other one to make it bigger. Okay, so let's make a bracket key that's about yay-ish big. I don't know. a tool that's about yay big. Now, when you want to be precise about the size, over here, it's telling me that that's a 30 pixel brush. And when you choose this arrow here, it gives you more choices you can make. What kind of brush you want, what kind of brush you don't want. Does it need to be a hard or a soft brush and stuff like that? So just for this example, again, let's make it be a, I don't know, 75% hardness size for this brush, just so that we all have a similar brush, not because it's a better or worse choice. And at about a 30 pixel brush, again, just so that for the example, we're matching-ish. And then when you're done making those choices, you can click on any neutral part of the image. Don't click on the image yet. Click on some neutral part of the toolbar to close that. Or you can just click again on this arrow to close it. So it's on and off, you know, but just that kind of turns it off. Okay.
Have a soft brush,
Um,
hard brush or soft?
I'm just going with hardness. I'm choosing it over here. Oh, you mean over here?
Mhm.
Yeah, the basic brush that if you don't change your brush, the soft round is the basic beginning brush. So keep it on that one. If you have a different one, I don't really care, but I don't want to be changing brushes right now. I just wanted to change the hardness or softness of it, okay? And the size of it. I don't necessarily want to change the brush that we're using.
Okay.
All right. So now, just watch. I have a lot of pink waiting to be released, right? So here we go. I'm going to say hi. And I have just made a white hole in my mask. See how right here I have a tiny little hi? So just so that you guys can kind of see that for a second, I'm just showing you my mask only, and I'm going to show you how to do that. But that's what I just did, right? So what happens is if you see down here, you can see a little hi, and I have let some pink through. Does that make sense? I've made a hole in my mask. I'm making another hole in my mask. So the pink that was the effect I created is finally showing through. Give me a yes if that worked for you. We're showing the effect I created, which in this case is a make a ridiculous bright pink, show through by unmasking that bit of it by painting white. Okay? Now, if I had a much bigger brush, so I'm going to go over here and I'm going to make my brush much bigger, then I can suddenly paint a big splotch, and you can see it better right there, big old splotch. All right, so say that I go, oh no, I didn't want pink in that area. That was a mistake. How do I fix that mistake? Is by painting black over it again. So I'm going to go over here, I'm going to hit the X key. By hitting the X key, now I have a black coming out of my paintbrush. And now I'm going to just paint black over that same area. And now I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to just repaint black over it. So I'm healing that mask. You see that? I am getting rid of the effect from showing up. I'm really using those words, but I want you to understand because this is just color fill, but I could have done any kind of adjustment layer, and whatever effect I chose is either being shown or not shown because of the mask. All right? Give me a yes. If now let's switch back to white with the X and now with and once again, when you do the X and you're back to white, and you have to be selecting the mask because if for any reason you select anything else, it's not going to work. So now with white, I'm going to make a color appear, and with black, I'm going to make it disappear. If that's working for you and we're clear, and there's choices in between on and off, which is black and white, but right now, just to learn it, we're just going black and white. Okay, if that's yes, Rebecca, that's a no. What's happening?
When I switch to black, I have to do it multiple times to erase it's not with the same opacity.
Okay, it's possible that you have changed your opacity, and over here it should be at 100%.
That's it.
Yeah. So watch what's happening. This is what was happening here. She was doing this, but then her opacity was maybe down at 50%. So even as you switch that to black, what you're painting with is with half black. So you're only changing half of the color. So if you were to look at the mask, it's like you're painting with gray. Okay, seeing the mask right now is not very important, and that's why. And so when you have that at 100%, it's not working. So you need to go to 100% if you truly want to paint with black. And then black covers everything. So yes, when you want the effect to be all there or not all there, you go with 100% opacity. When you want half of the effect to be there, then you bring down the opacity. But for now, let's have it at 100%. Now, how have I been showing you this mask? I go to the mask and I hold down either the Option or the Alt key and I click on the mask one time. Now we are seeing the mask, which right now I have it all black. So now I'm going to switch back to having white over there. And now I'm going to paint directly on the mask. And it's like, woohoo, I can see it. I can see it. And then if I switch back to black, woohoo, I can erase it. I can erase it. Now, however fun this seems to be able to work on the mask, it's not really that useful in real life, because if right now I wanted to make someone's shirt pink, if you're looking at the mask, you don't know where to paint that t-shirt, right? Because I don't see the t-shirt. That's why we rarely work on the mask itself unless we want to see if we missed a little spot. Because if I now want to go back to see my image, I have to do the same. Option or Alt and click one time on the mask and oh, I missed that t-shirt. Does that make sense? Which is why we work on the mask without seeing it. But literally, this is what you're doing. You're painting white on black or black on white. But ideally, especially when we've messed around with the mask a lot, it's good to do this to see if you left little bits and pieces of white somewhere. But now, and again, this is a very abrupt example, so I'm not really going to do a good job of painting his t-shirt with this, but say that I did want to paint his t-shirt with this color. Now I could go in here and again, this is not the effect I would use to paint his t-shirt, but I could go ahead and choose his t-shirt, right? And paint just his t-shirt. Now, there's a way to make this be a bit more visible. I could go over here and multiply or screen or something like that. So I might actually be able to get some kind of a pink t-shirt on him, but that's not the point. The point is understanding the yes and the no of the black and the white. Again, I would not do this by hand, but now if you look at that, I'm kind of giving him a pink t-shirt because I was able to see better where his t-shirt was, okay? Now, what I did here is I went and I chose the word screen just so you can see the effect of it. But again, trust me, I'm just trying to teach you to put a mask on or off. See, this is black and white, and I was able to see where to paint. Okay, we rarely paint by hand, by the way, on anything that needs to be precise. We only paint by hand on things that are just very generic, but this is what we're doing to this t-shirt for you to see that. If that worked for you, and again, you don't have to have it on screen. You can have it on normal and just have it be an opaque pink. It doesn't matter. I just want you to say, oh, I went overboard into his pants. How do I fix that? By hitting the X key and now painting white. Or, ooh, I went overboard and I'm painting this guy's t-shirt. Hit the X and paint it away. We're going to do a lot of painting on and painting off on the mask that we're going to use for the people. So I want you to make sure you understand that adding something or deleting something is a matter of changing from white to black, okay? So X, oh, look at that. I take it away. X, it's white. Now I added and I went over into this t-shirt. Ooh, that's a problem. How do I change the color and now get rid of it? Okay, if you've been able to do this back and forth, and you feel like, okay, I got the point. Thank you. Don't keep insisting on that. Then give me a yes. If you have questions and you want to know a little bit more about what I'm doing, this is, oh, let me clear answers from before. Here we go. So yes, I got it. Thank you. Black, white, or it's not working for me. Something's wrong. I can't switch. Anything, any question around this. This is important to understand before we move on. Then give me a no or just speak up and ask me your questions. Maybe there's a, well, how about if, or a maybe, or just in case. Any question like that, this is a great time to ask. Okay. Give me a yes if you got it, or give me a no, or just speak up if you have something to say about this. Shamuel, how are we doing? I'm not getting yes or no. Jacob, Who else isn't answering? Colette. People who haven't answered, I want you to tell me, is you have any questions about this or are you good? Colette?
Good.
All right. Everyone else has given me a yes. Okay. So in this very unreal simulation of it, we've learned how to make it appear or not appear. Okay. Now, something a bit more realistic, and let me just have us turn this pink off. This just, I needed something very ridiculous and obvious, right? But in this image, there is something more realistic that could be happening. For example, if I look at these faces, the sunlight is harsh, whatever, but most of faces are, you know, some sun, some not. But when I get to this person, see how she's blown out? She's really bright. I'm not saying this is a good image of her, but she's blown out. So what if I want to darken the faces, but I want it only to affect her, or maybe some bright spots like over here, right? It's hard to darken anything that's blown out like that, but you can just give it a try to just darken a little bit of this. Does that make sense? Okay, so there's two choices when you do a selection, when you do a masking. You can either select the area you want to fix first and then applies the mask only to that area. Or you can make a general correction to everything, which is kind of what we did here, right? We wanted to make everything pink, then we mask it out, and then we only apply it to where we want to apply it. So that's good. I'm going to do exactly the same thing that we just did as our first try at masking out to make her face a little bit darker, okay? First of all, I'm going to target her. So I'm going to go Command plus a few times so that I'm looking at her, even though I'm really zoomed in, but just so that I can get an idea. I normally do this with everything out, but since you're learning this, I'm going to zoom into the part that we want to fix first, okay? Which is this part of her face. All right. Is everyone with me? Now, let me clear your answers. First of all, we have to select the background, right? Because we're working on that, not on the pink. Otherwise, the computer wouldn't know how to do. So we have to select the image that we're targeting, which in this case is the background. Now we're going to go back down here, and this time we're going to choose levels. We're going to do a levels adjustment layer. As you can see over here, it looks identical to before. It's a different icon because this time it's levels, but there's my mask. Yeah. And now, let me move this guy over a bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to change the tones of this image with a levels tool. And I'm not going to go deep into this levels tool. I'm just going to show you right now that this is a little histogram of where we have our colors and we have like dark, middle, and light tones. I'm going to grab this middle triangle. See the middle triangle right there, and see how it changes the tones of my image such that if I go quite a bit to the right, see how she's beginning to have skin tone there again? She was blown out. You see that? From there to this, from there to that. So again, there's so many other details of what I can do, but I'm just going to make it a little bit darker. I don't want to out of the blue have her suddenly have like this tony pink tone when no one else has that. It's still a blown out photo. I just want to darken it a little bit so that she's not so completely out of it. So just a little bit is enough. And again, it's just an example of how we use masking. Now, the problem is that it did that to everyone, right? And imagine that I did try to make her rosy and pinkish and whatever, but then when I go over here to the rest of the image, it's making everyone horribly dark because what I just did is a global correction. The mask is applying this effect to everyone. Now let me back up a little bit so that it's not so intense. But I needed to be intense enough that you guys can actually see the example. But anyway, so about yay. And when I'm saying yay, you can look at this number. It went from being at 1. It's going down to being at about, I don't know, 70, 65, something like that. So it's just a little bit of a darker tone. when I do that, in fact, it might actually be good for everyone to have a bit less of a light. But right now I'm going to say that the only one we're trying to fix is her. Okay. So now we're done making our choices there. Let's collapse this one again. How do you collapse it? Either by clicking on the double-headed arrow right there, or by clicking on the little properties sliders here to click to collapse it, or double-headed arrow to collapse it. Okay. So now I'm going to go to Command 0 and just watch. If I turn this levels on and off, it's affecting my entire image. Yeah. Now, what's better for her might be better for some of us. It's certainly worse for him, right? Let's assume it's bad for everything. And maybe it isn't bad for everything, but right now I want to just make it for her. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in again. And the first thing I'm going to do is the same thing we did before. I'm going to hide the effect from the entire image by inverting this mask. So I'm going to do Command I. So the whole image is back to being what it used to be, okay? There's no effect. If I turn this on and off, the effect is being hidden from everything. Are you following me, you guys? Give me a yes if you're following me up to now. Taking this really slowly, but I'm also giving a very, this one is a relatively subtle-ish example. You're good with that? Okay. Shamuel, you're good with that? Colette, you're good with that? I know that sometimes you just take a little bit longer to do the yes, but as long as I'm not hearing a complete no, I'm going to continue. Okay. Clear your answers. All right. So now, if I just want that effect to be applied only to her, and I'm going to zoom in quite a bit so I can see her, I need to make a little white bit of paint on the area over her. So I'm going to make sure that I have white paint. I'm going to go to the X, and I don't know, you might have left it on white, you might have left it on black. I'm going to exit until I get white. And now I'm going to go ahead and make my brush a little bit smaller, but not too small, and make it a bit softer. So I'm going to go over here and make it a little bit softer because I want it to be more generic. So somewhere around 50%. I'm going to show you a different way to change this hardness later. And this is a matter of testing it, right? And now watch, I'm going to paint over her area of her face. But look what happens when I hit the shadowy area. Right? So I'm painting over anything that's exposed skin. And I'm going to painting over the exposed skin that's dark and over the exposed skin that's black. And again, this is a very abrupt kind of thing. This isn't so precise as a t-shirt would have been. So it's okay. But notice the question is, do I follow through with her hair? Do I not follow through with her hair? What do I do? Like at some point you're like, I don't know how to go. And so if you go off too much, how do I fix this? I switch back to the black and I delete what I don't want, right? And so maybe I didn't want all of the background. Maybe I didn't want her hair to be darker. Okay, so once you've fixed it, maybe I went over here and I did too much of her edge of her Kim. So I go back and I fix it by going from black to white or white to black. Okay. So once I've done that, if I want to check out my mask, I can click on it, and that's basically what I did. So it looks like I missed a little bit over here in the middle, for example. That's an example of when I would use my mask if I miss a little bit or if I went a bit too far over there. But for the most part, there's probably a good reason. So how did I do it again? Option Alt to click on the mask and Option Alt to come back. And yeah, and then again, if I go with the wrong color, no big deal. Either Command Z, or if I go in with the wrong color, go and choose X and paint back in with the right color. Okay. And now I'm going to go to Command 0 to see my entire image. And now I can turn on and off the fact that I have fixed just her and no one else. Does that make sense? So I have used a mask to fix one portion of the image only.
If you do her arms and legs, they look weird.
Because this is too much of a fix for her arm and legs. Her arm and legs weren't blown out. They were in the shade. Notice when I turned the picture off, her face was having that blast of sun, but her arm and legs were in accordance with the rest of the image. So I wouldn't fix that. At most, I might fix the back of his neck, but that's going to be hard because there's no clear ending and it's going to be very hard. So say that I go up to him and try to add him to this mask. Let me give it an eyeball. It has to be turned on, right? I had turned it on now. If I try to fix him over here and I make this part a bit darker, it's a bit more like his front of this face is dark. So how do you find that right spot, right? So sometimes I'm not going to be able to on his face find very much of a good spot. So if you're subtle with it, you can, or that's when you might well go to 100. But I'm going to have a hard time with this t-shirt because one thing that's up with this thing, with this levels, is that see how it's doing the dark background, but it's not darkening his t-shirt, is because it's very hard to darken white that has no detail. And this part is blown out white. So everything else is working all around it, but this part isn't getting fixed because blown out white, you can't darken nothing. And that is nothing. It's got no pixels. The image got too overexposed there and it's got no pixels. So while I can darken everything else around it, that little piece isn't going to be fixable. So I'm going to go back and repaint this because anything that has pure white is not fixable. Okay. And his face wasn't so blown out. So I'm just going to take off the effect from his face too, because it wasn't really necessary. Now, something that's white with some detail can be fixed. Say that I was trying to fix this, I can make it, but see how much it works on the dark, but how little it works on the white. So basically, don't try to fix pure white or pure black. Won't be fixed. If I try to lighten this piece of his black collar there, it won't work. If I try to lighten other parts of his body, it will work, but not that because it's pure white or pure black that it doesn't work on. Okay, so now at this point, we have a good mask for her face. Okay, so that's how you make a targeted mask. And yes, we brushed it on, which isn't perfect, but in this case, for certain things, that was perfect. Okay? Y'all good with that? Give me a yes if you were able to darken her to look a bit more human by using a mask.
I got lost, but I'll catch up later on through the
No,
video.
no, but this is the last, you were fine up until now. So this is exactly the reason I'm trying to make sure that you and Karen are clear about this because for whom this is new. So I would love it if, do you want to share your screen so that I can give you a hand? That way
Sure.
we can move on to the next one and you won't be lost there too, right? I want you to really
Okay.
get this concept. So please share your screen. Thanks for
So
speaking up. The last thing I want is for no.
I'm not sure which desktop I am because, oh, there it is. Okay, so share. Allow Zoom, yes. Can you see me?
No, not yet. Have you never done the,
No, it's asking me for permission.
oh,
So
you haven't done that yet. Okay, so go ahead and say allow or yes, go to system settings. And then when you get to system settings, don't touch anything. Just look at them. Right where they send you is the right spot. And you should see the word Zoom on the right side.
yeah, I got out of
Click
that.
on that, put your password possibly, and it'll say now or later. Wait,
Okay.
now just say later.
Let me just do that again. Share, open system settings, Zoom.
Turn
Okay.
Zoom on. And then when it says now or later, just say later.
Use password.
Yeah,
So,
put in your computer password.
let me see if I can just do Touch ID. Okay.
Yes, Touch ID will work.
And later.
And then say later. Okay, good. That's all you needed to do. Now go back to Zoom, and this time you say share, and I will see you.
Okay.
That's one time only. You never need to do that again. From now on, share is just click share, and that's all you need to do. There we go. We're seeing you. Okay. So, first of all, let's make sure that you applied levels. So, let me just over here, go ahead and double click on this little portion of your mask to bring out the properties.
Oh, Okay.
This little, we need to do a double click on that, double click on that. Yeah, so the properties pulled up. Okay. So yes, you had darkened everything. Oh, what's missing is that you didn't darken. Okay, that's what's happening. You need to invert the mask. No, we first needed to darken it, which you did. So go ahead and turn this eyeball on and off to make sure whether the darken is happening. Yes, it's happening. Okay, so turn it on again. Okay, so the only thing that didn't happen is that this didn't get inverted because now it's darkening everything, and we want to just darken her face. So we need to first say click on the mask now. This is the only step that you miss is clicking on the mask. Yeah, and now do a Command I or click on the word invert over here. Either way. Good. And now grab your brush. So B, which you already have in your hand, got it. And then if you've got black over here, you have to paint with white. So confirm if you have white, which you do. Good. And now
Yes.
just start painting over her face.
Got it. Okay.
Go ahead and do that. There you go. And now we're making a little hole in this mask so that it's applying only to her. Okay?
Okay.
All right, that's perfect. And again, you don't have to be too precious or perfect. It's just to teach the concept. So whether you get a good mask around her or not at this point doesn't matter too much. It's just the concept of we applied, and this is the concept that I was trying to teach you. We applied an effect to our entire image, which was let's darken the entire image. And then we said, no, I don't want that to affect the whole image. So we hid the entire effect with black. And now we're saying, let me open up that effect only just on that little bit with white. Okay, so that's the concept that I want. If everyone's good with that concept, even if your mask was better or worse, let me just show you one more thing. Now that the mask has been made, what if you chose a color of skin that doesn't look good on her? I can just double click right here again where I was telling Shamuel to click on the properties. Up it opens again, right? And now I'm like, well, I want to make her much darker or much lighter. I can keep working with this. I can decide that it wasn't the right tone, but see how the mask is only affecting her now? So go ahead and do that. Play around and you'll see that only she is being chosen. And in my case, looks like I left a little bit of something hanging out there because as I do that, I'm getting like a little tiny weird thing over there. And if I look at my mask, let me go Command click. Yeah, I left a little bit. I didn't erase it completely. And so when I'm doing that weird stuff, there we go. Now I erased it completely. That's the only reason I ever go to mask when I have little bits and pieces left over like that. Okay, so there you go.
All right. So how do I unshare? Because I
You've
lost
unshared.
you.
I'm sharing my own now. You're done. I'm sharing mine.
Okay. Because I
It's
can't
done.
see your screen anymore. So
Okay, so I'll share again because sometimes when you come from sharing, it's not.
okay, there we go. Thank you.
Share, you're welcome. Here you go. Now I'm sharing my screen again. And what I was showing is that that mask that we made, I can keep now affecting it. So if I thought I had gone too light or too dark, sometimes it's good to go too much of something to see really well the area that you're masking. And now when I go plus, I discover, oh, maybe I've been going too far over and like the hair is too much of it or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, right now I'm just gonna go ahead and darken it to a area that seems normal and logical. And there we go. And then we might go, well, other people could look better or not. That's fine. Maybe this hand is too blown out. That's fine. But again, I was just not trying to fix this photo. I was just trying to teach you the concept of masking. Okay. One more example that we're going to use here. And now we are going to go to that t-shirt. But this time we're going to pre-select. So right now we're going through the 3 steps of masking. First of all, learning what masking is all about that we did there. Second, doing what's really more like a reverse mask. And this is what I use most when I have areas that are not specific, not precise. Like that was okay enough to use a brush. Another place that would be okay enough to use a brush would be, what if, for example, right now, I just wanted to darken only the sky, right? Well, I could make a bigger brush and now just paint over the sky, right? And that could kind of work. Does that make sense? Because I'm using the same darkness that I did for her face might kind of work for the sky. Does that make sense? And so suddenly I have an area that was easy-ish to darken. Or, and when you look at this mask, I have now added that I want the effect of those levels to also affect the sky. Does that make sense, you guys? These are areas that don't need very precise masking, so it kind of works. But if I want to darken just the green of the bushes, right? The same mask is going to help me do that, and I don't need to be very precise. So now I'm masking her head, the sky, and the bushes with the same levels. Many times that wouldn't work. You would have to have a different levels tool for a different tone. But in this case, a bit of darkening works because the whole thing is a bit overexposed. But it wouldn't have worked to do it to the whole thing because then all these dark areas were going too dark, right? Yes, Karen?
Yes,
You're
why are you making the mask black? Would it not work if it was the other way?
well, now we're going to do it the other way. So I started
Okay.
with black only because I wanted a tiny piece. So the easiest way was to make a little hole. If I really wanted to affect the whole image, maybe I would have gone the other way. And by now I've got almost half of it. So I might have gone the other way and then hide from the effect. But in this case, I wanted to just do her face without a prior selection. So the only way to do that, and I'm going to undo all these things that I've just been doing. So now I'm back to having only her face affected right there. See, I kind of did a Command Z, Command Z, Command Z, and back to having her. When you have a general thing that with a brush is going to work, we're going to use this system. But as you saw with the t-shirt, that didn't work because it gave us a very bad selection of something that needs to be more accurate. So now we are going to do a selection of this t-shirt first, and then we're going to apply a tool, okay? So that's the third way to do a mask. Let's go ahead and Command plus a little bit nearer to his t-shirt. And how are we going to select his t-shirt? Well, unfortunately, all of the automatic tools that we have for selection aren't going to work because, I mean, that's not true. There is one tool that might work. If I now select subject, all these people are going to be the subject, but it will divide it into people, and then I can divide it into his clothes. I could do that. I want to show you a handmade way to choose his t-shirt so that you can see how to do it by hand, not just with automatic AI selection. So let's zoom in first till I kind of just see his t-shirt. And now on the left side, we were on the brush, I believe, the last time. Head over to another blush looking thing, which is up here, the fourth tool. And there's 3 types of selections that you can do. There's also another brush looking tool under this one, which is a selection brush tool. There's so many different selection choices. Let's go to one of the traditional ones, the quick selection tool. That's going to be good enough for this selection. Quick selection tool. This was the first rather intelligent selection tool that existed in Photoshop. Then we've got 5 others now. But that quick selection tool is still going to be good enough for this t-shirt. Now, again, it's a brush, and thus it comes out at a size, whatever size, and I need to make it a little bit smaller. Over here on the layers.
Hey, Diana.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I don't have the quick selection tool. I've got,
When you click and hold.
I have a selection brush tool or a lasso tool or a polygonal or a magnetic.
Yeah, that's the lasso tool there.
Oh, it's a lasso tool.
Right under, you should have another brush with a different icon, and that's the one
Oh.
that gives us the object, the quick, or the magic.
Yeah, I don't. That's
Yeah.
weird.
I don't have that.
You don't have this one
I don't have that tool. No.
I don't either.
on the photos. Wow. What
Weird.
version?
It's in a different, it's on another tool because I have to go find it myself. So it's not with the selection brush tool. It's with the object selection tool.
Yeah, right under. So over here,
Yeah.
if you click and hold, you have selection, lasso, money, so let go of that one and move under.
And I don't have that
Yeah, what
icon.
you're saying is you don't have that icon. Okay, let me
Yeah.
see. Share your screen so I can see what's happening. And then first thing I'm gonna do is look at my version of Photoshop versus yours. I'm at 2610. Let's see, can you share your screen, Gerard?
Yeah, did it work?
Now it did. Let me move you over here so I can see you better.
Yes.
Yeah, you have underneath, you have the brush. Yeah, click on that object right
This one?
underneath that one. The next one under, click on that and hold. And there it is, the middle.
Oh, yeah, okay. So the square threw me off.
Yeah. So whatever was underneath, there's three choices. You were on the object selection and now you're on. Did that work for everyone else, guys?
Thank you. I'll stop.
I
I'll stop.
missed that somehow. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
don't,
so can you do that again? Okay, who missed that and share your screen?
I missed that.
Colette, can you share your
somehow.
screen?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, just say allow. Okay, so now on the left side where your tools are, the
Mhm.
top one is a selection brush tool, which could have worked for this, but underneath that, there's a square looking thing. There. And no,
This one.
under, yes.
Oh, here.
Now
Okay,
click
I'm
on
sorry.
that, click on that one.
Yeah.
That one is the object selection tool. When you click and hold, you have three choices, and I'm going to the middle choice, quick selection tool.
Got it. Okay.
Now, this is important though, you guys, because what just happened is that the tool that you will see here is always the one that's selected. That doesn't mean the other three aren't under. So if you can't find something, don't assume, that it looks like what you know. It might not look like what you know anymore. And it's because it's hiding under, okay? So you need to click and hold and look at all of them until you find the tool you need. All right.
Okay.
But all the selection tools are there, or it's those. Those are the 4 selection tools. Let me share my screen again now. All the selection tools that we have are those. And so they're either under the second one or the first one. These two, plus this one, this is also a selection tool, but this gives you only special rectangles, right? So these 3 are all selection tools. So what you're looking for will be under one or the other. So now we went to the quick selection tool. Okay. Now, the way this one works, be careful, because this circle is very important now. I'm putting it over here. As you can see a circle better over here. You can't see it. You cannot touch with that circle anything you don't want. So if I want the t-shirt, my circle has to be completely inside of the t-shirt. It can't be here. It has to be there. Does that make sense? Now don't go to the real edge because then you'll end up getting a piece of grass like that. So just put it somewhere well inside of this t-shirt and then click. And you drag a little bit and it's pretty intelligent and it goes in and when you lift your mouse up, it'll go look for the edges that look similar to what we did. So if I click over here and just drag it a little bit, see how it went to look for the edges? It basically works by looking for when it thinks that there's no more of what you chose. So it hits the edges of what it thinks you chose, and that's where it ends. So then if I go over here, it added that. And if I go over here, it added that. You see that? And over here, it'll add that. I can also just drag across. If you do that, sometimes it works. And in this case, it chose too much. See how my selection tool chose too much? So I'm going to undo Command Z, that last one, and then I'm going to still go it gently. I'm going to go and choose that. And let me back this out of the way. And it still is wanting to choose too much. That is too similar. Why do you think that's happening to me? When I got you guys' examples and stuff, it turned out that I was about to teach you something that I didn't do. If something's not working well, and sometimes the tool that's got 2 very similar colors over here, we are going to have that problem, like where does the t-shirt end? When does the other one end? But this is not the similar color. Watch. You know how I always say select the right layer? I was not selecting the right layer. In all my examples of coming and going, I left the level selection selected. That is not what I'm trying to select. I'm trying to select this t-shirt, which is down there. So I'm going to undo all of that. And I can do that with one big old deselect, Command Z, or let's see if it works for me to click on this deselect. It worked for me, but otherwise Command or Control D. I'm done with that selection. I'm choosing the background now. Now I'm going to select that again. Let's see if it does a better job. Now I'm going to select the t-shirt and over here and over there. And it still is having a hard time with not choosing this point. And that just, it's, you know, the selection tool has ways to, other tools have ways to control the edges. This one doesn't have a good way. This is a very general tool. I thought the differences were good enough here that it wouldn't have chosen that. So if you're having the same result, let's go ahead and change tool. This tool is good for very well-defined things, and I thought his t-shirt was well-defined enough, but I guess it's not. So I'm going to Command or Control D. I could have chosen his t-shirt here, and that kind of would have worked, but see how it's still kind of choosing a lot of his arm? So let's undo that, and let's choose a different tool that might have a better choice. First of all, if I had, let's choose the top selection tool brush. There's so many choices. Let's tap the top selection tool brush. That might work. So click on the top, the one that was above that I first told you not to, selection tool brush. It's also pretty automatic, but it might be a little bit better. And this one, oh no, this one you're gonna have to paint on. I think we might need to, trying to think, there's so many choices. I'm just trying to go quickly because I'm not trying to teach you about selections right now. I'm trying to teach you the tool. Let me see. Let me just see. Okay. I don't know if this.
Mine did a good one, but when I went to move it off to put my audio back on, it chose another spot.
Here, let me see if this one will work.
I just,
Try the
Yeah,
hat.
so this one's the best choice. Okay.
Yeah.
So between quick selection and the top one, which is object selection, let's choose object selection instead, trying to find which is the one that'll give us the quickest result. You can always have fixed the first one, but I don't want to, I'm looking at the time and I know that I'm still trying to teach you something else today. So object selection tool, can everyone choose that one? Okay, so this one, you can choose it in rectangle mode or in lasso mode. If you go to rectangle mode, you can only choose rectangles. But in this case, that might be good enough as long as your rectangle encompasses the t-shirt. It might be good enough for it to then choose the t-shirt. So you choose the area you think that area is in, and then when you let go, it reads the image and it goes, what's the object? What's the main object in there? So when you let go, it chose most of the t-shirt. It's missing this piece and it's got too much of that. That one I expected. That would have been a problem. But to see what I mean? So right now, as far as automatic tools, that's going to be our best choice. So object selection, make sure it's in rectangle mode. Those of you know how to handle a lasso, you can be more precise. But if you don't really know how to handle a lasso right now, then make sure you make a choice far enough away that you include this part of the t-shirt and far enough away to include this rectangle. Start it there. Make sure that you get that little bit and that you don't go much past his t-shirt, and then let go. And
Diana,
then
mine didn't give me the lasso square thing, but it automatically did a great selection of the t-shirt.
okay. So another thing you
and
can
colored
do
it and
is
colored it kind of purpley.
it can also detect people. So in this case, you can tell it which people to detect.
Yeah, like that.
And in this case, you select this person. No, which one is this person? Is this one right there. And then you can tell it to do upper clothes. Okay, so let me show you that whole process. With this choice, you can either do it by hand like I did, or you can go to select people. It finds many people. This face is this guy. And then once you choose this guy, you don't want the entire person, nor the hairs or the eyebrows. You want his clothes, and he has upper or lower, and choose upper clothes. And there you go. You apply, and now we've got basically most of the t-shirt. We're still going to have to fix him between his fingers a little bit, but that should be right now. kind of one of the best choices.
Hmm.
Did that work?
Yep.
Where did you find the apply?
Okay, deselect. I went to select people, chose the
Uh-huh.
person, chose what I wanted it to select, and that could have been enough, but if I move away, it goes away.
Oh,
So right
okay.
here, because I could choose that and his beard, for example, right? I can hold down the shift key and choose his beard as well. But if, so it gives me a choice. I could have said upper and lower close, but to do that, I would have had to hold, you know, a few more. And that's why it wants me to choose what I want. And then when it's ready, because I don't want anything else, then I apply. Then it gives me a selection. If you got a selection of his t-shirt with this tool, give me a yes. And you could have done it other with the rectangle and then fix that piece, or let's just choose the t-shirt. Okay, good. So now that we've chosen that, we've two choices. It's so dark that I'm not sure hue saturation will work. Color fill would work, but let's try, just to try a new one. Let's try hue saturation, which is going to have a hard time because there's a lot of black, but we can go to another dark color. So just to use a different one, let's head down here to the choices, and this time let's choose hue saturation. I was going to use color fill again, but let's use hue saturation to choose something different. This tool has a bit of a hard time with really, really dark colors, but over here in the preset default, how about we choose prominent colors? And it's going to read all the colors that this t-shirt has. And let's see if we can go to the darker tones. And now change this to be like a teal t-shirt or something like that, a bright green. Does that make sense? So let me do this again. Clear your feedback. I'm going to undo that. I'm going to Command Z. First of all, hold on. I forgot to show you what I was so much into the color, I forgot. Let me just show you this once more time. Everyone just stop doing whatever you're doing and let me show you this again. Because the most important part that I'm trying to teach you isn't to change the color of the t-shirt. It was the following. So watch me. Don't stop doing. We got to this and I said apply. Now watch. This is what I forgot to show you. When we say apply and we choose our saturation or whatever, so I chose hue saturation. At this moment down here, another adjustment layer appeared. But if you look, I'm going to go option now. It's already got a mask made from that selection that our selection tool chose. You see that? You don't need to see the whole thing to look at it. You can just look down here and see it. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So this is how you apply a much more targeted choice. Instead of masking the whole thing and then hoping to brush it in, you first make a good selection, the best you can, and then you choose what you want to do to it. Had it been levels, you could have darkened or lightened. Had it been color, you could have chosen another color. Since what we have is hue saturation, we have to change the color of our choice. And in this case, I told you to go to prominent colors, but since this is really only one color, you can just use what comes up without prominent colors. It would have worked just well. And we've changed his t-shirt to whatever, bright green, bright teal, bright blue, bright brown, whatever we want to change it to, okay? For it to match the background a bit, I'm going to get like a little olive brown.
Deanna,
now-
I did that hue saturation and the mask has been formed, but the whole image is pinked out. As
Yeah,
I
mine too.
select the whole thing.
Weird.
Let me see your screen because there's some step missing. So I'm going to stop my share. Go ahead and share your screen.
Oh, let me. Okay.
Someone else said it. Yes, me too. Was it Gerard? Someone else also said.
Yeah, I as well.
Me
Yeah.
Okay. And Rebecca as well. Oh, so it's quite a few of you guys. So let's see what's missing. What did I not explain? Okay, you don't have a selection going of just that face. So let's undo this. Say Command Z or go to the history. Let me look at the steps in the history. History is the top. Yep. And then make this a little bit bigger. Yeah. So back all the way up to object selection to make, so 1, 2, 3, click on object selection. Yeah, let's see if you have just the t-shirt selected. You do have selection of a t-shirt, but you also have everything pink. Go down. This is the part where it should be only your selection done. So go ahead and say deselect. See down here? Let's see if you keep that selection. Deselect. Okay. So let's look at your selection tool. Looks like something here is not. Oh, okay. I have a feeling I know what it is. Let me just see for a minute.
Mhm.
Back out of that. I'm just testing it on mine for a second. If this was turned on. Okay, so let's do this. I had to check on mine. So let's go back into your history and do one more back. So get out of your object selection. So go up to bring forward, I guess. One
Okay.
up above. So we eliminate your object selection. So you're now, this is previous to doing the object selection. Okay.
Mhm.
So now go ahead and let's do the select people again. I want to see. Yes, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop. Do you
Okay.
guys see? Let me just motion it. When you went, so back out because you have something pink right now. So something's wrong. So watch. Look at my, yeah, there we
Yeah.
go. Move your mouse around. See how as you move your mouse around your selection different areas,
Mhm.
when you first came to this tool, this thing was going round and round and round.
Um,
That's the tool is analyzing it. And this thing is turned on, which is allows you to select areas like that, which are the areas that the thing is recognizing, right? So go over someone's face. It's just doing the face, the nose, the beard, the chin. It's all the areas that it recognizes, okay? So at some point when this is turned on as a feature, I have in mine, I had those features turned off. So let's go over to these tools that I've circled and click on them. Click on the second one, the one on the right to turn it off. And then click on the other one to turn it. Let me just see if they're on and off. Let me clear my circles.
That's finding objects.
So now I believe you have it set to select and mask automatically. So if you turn that off, it shouldn't be working automatically. So try again. Click on the one that has got a little box. Click on that one again.
This one.
Yeah. Now it is working automatically. Okay, turn it off again. Okay, so at this point, let's go select people again and let me see what selection it makes to see why it had everything chosen. I really need to see it at this point. So go select people, go choose the guy there, and now choose his upper clothes. And let's say apply. No, hold on.
Yep.
When you said apply, it's interesting. I'm just looking at your tool. See how the guy's face is also on?
Mhm. Yeah.
Hopefully the selection is all that matters. Let's see. Let's do a hue saturation and see if this time it worked or if it applied to everything. Because if it applied to everything, then there's something going on still with that selection. Go to hue saturation because it should work only on the selection. Now go and move the hue saturation bar around. Slider. Yeah, 2 up, 3 up, the top one that says you, 1 more up. Yeah, and move it. It should be
Oh,
working
yeah.
correctly. Yes, it is. Only on the t-shirt. So at some point when you guys are moving your mouse around, those of you had that selection, it probably had left the whole thing selected. No, okay.
Yeah, I moved it and it popped back pink.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Huh.
It's your mouse that's still using that tool. His t-shirt is working, but you're still in that tool. Leave that tool. It's that tool trying to recognize other stuff. Leave that tool and that'll turn off.
Okay.
Okay. When that tool, the object selection tool is turned on, one of its choices is to show everything. And so it was selecting everything. And so when you leave that tool, that pink that you were seeing, that's called a quick mask. And it was in the, oh, let's select everything mode. But you can't leave that unless that, like, that button that I showed you is turned off, but for some reason in yours it wasn't turning off, but all you need to do is leave the tool. The selection was correct. The only thing that got changed is the t-shirt, because what mattered was the active selection. So it worked. But yes, when you go back to that tool, go back to that tool and move your mouse into the image. And you might see that again, it's trying to choose everything. So actually go back to that little box. No, go back to that little box and turn it on. And now it should choose only what your mouse moves over. Let's see, hover over a face or something. Yeah, it's been left in the, go back to the little select again that you have on the left side, like the review,
Oh, yeah.
the little two arrows. Yeah, because now
Yeah,
it's in select everything mode. Read everything mode. So yeah, so
That's
So
strange.
go back and turn that off. I'm not sure on yours if it has to be turned on or off. That little choose has to be off now. Yeah, and now have it refresh.
It doesn't seem to be doing it. Oh,
Then you can probably select people again though now. Whereas before you couldn't. Oh, you know why you can't?
yeah.
Same thing I did, because you're on the hue saturation and not on the background.
Oh, jeez.
That's why you guys, you're still in that tool and you're in the layer, in the adjustment layer. And that's why it was choosing only everything. Now that you're back in the background, it'll choose little bits and pieces. Okay. So
Okay.
that I just had to see it happen. When you
Okay.
were selecting this because it had worked.
Yep.
When you're still using that tool, then it's got nothing but the entire mask to choose. That's why everything was going pink. I had to figure it out by looking into it. Does that
Okay.
make sense, you guys?
Yes, thank you.
So it's going back to the background that solves it,
No.
because this is nothing but one flat thing.
This is not happening.
Okay, so now I've got the shirt selected, and now what can we do?
Okay, and now you can change. So go back here, Jacob, for a second and click on this part of your mask.
Going back to here.
Yeah, yeah. And double click and then just go and move the back and forth. And okay, I'm sorry, you're still in that tool. You got to leave that tool. I apologize. Go over here and leave that tool first. Thank you. Okay, and now move this back and forth. This is what Gerard said. What do we do now? We choose a different color for the t-shirt. See how he's going from purple to green to blue to whatever? Gerard?
Nothing happening there.
And if that's not clear, I'm going to, you're doing well, Jacob, so I'm going to stop your share.
Okay.
And who else had said something about it? Gerard, someone else spoke
Yeah,
up.
yeah. Do you want me to share?
Yeah, go ahead and share your screen. Everyone else, if you made it work and you figured out why the whole thing was going pink and you just left that tool and all is good, give me a yes. But if you're still having questions, then no. Okay, so yeah, double click on this side of the, hold on, I need my, yeah, double click on that to pop up the properties.
Okay.
And now,
Oh,
yeah, you're still in that tool. So you need to leave that tool on the left side. You're in the object selection tool
oh.
over here.
So go up here.
Yeah, leave the
Okay.
object selection tool, which is, that's why originally I didn't want to use it. It's a
Okay.
little bit complicated. Okay.
So
And now
that's
just
the
flip
t-shirt.
this back and forth to change the t-shirt color. Now you went to, you're changing only that color because you're in a choice. So go ahead and you've made color, you've made selections of colors that aren't in that selection.
Oh,
So choose the blue,
choose the blue.
the deep blue.
I see.
Now change the deep blue.
Oh, I see.
See how
Oh.
it's changing. You
I-
were changing the neutral grays and twos, which weren't really there.
Gotcha. So you can lighten it, darken it. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So guys, give me a yes if all of that worked, or give me a no if you have any questions. And we'll continue. And screenshots, please, of the new t-shirt color. And
for me, it's a hit and miss. It's like it works for part of the time and then it doesn't work. Like I selected the hat, worked really great, and then all of a sudden I don't know, it keeps jumping. I don't know it's doing.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen again. Let me see if I was a bit iffy on having you guys do the object selection tool, because there's so many things in this image you can choose that it will get a bit off and up, but it's good one to learn. And for those of you guys who know everything else about masking, at least you're learning this tool now. For
So
those
let me undo.
masking, it made it a little more complicated. Hold on, let me open your screen a bit bigger because I changed the screen it's on. Okay, so back out of object selection, go all the way up to name change. Okay, we have no
But
object.
see, it still doesn't undo.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
acting
hold on.
really strange.
Hold on. You don't have any layer selected.
Well, I did.
Okay,
So I
select the
had,
bottom layer.
yeah.
Turn everything else off for a minute because you have so many color fills and spots. Let's just verify it for a minute. Turn that off. Okay. So
Okay, so
background. Now go to the object selection tool. Good. Now go to
just
select people. That's a different guy. That's that hat. Oh, changing neutral near white or black is going to be hard. So that heart's not,
Oh.
it's going to be hard to change color, but
Okay.
let's say
Okay.
apply. No, go for it. I mean,
Oh,
you'll
we can
see
do
that
the
it's
other
fun.
hat. Let's just do
Okay.
the other hat then.
Another hat that
It's
has a bit more tone to it. Okay,
this one.
click on it.
Okay.
All right, good. Now, your mouse is going to keep moving around. It's going to keep wanting to see other sections, but the only thing selected is the hat. So now go and create a hue saturation tool or
So-
color fill tool. Go to your layer.
Well,
No, you're done. You're done. You just
okay.
did the hat, right?
Yeah.
So the mouse, as you move around, it's still going to keep trying to choose stuff, but you have the hat selected. Let me explain to everyone. No, it's not just for her though. So I do need to explain it. Go, forget the hue saturation. Give me a second. As long as you're in this tool, guys, let me just point to this because this tool, although I was avoiding it, it's a good one. So as long as you're in this object selection tool, and as long as you have the choice, and this is a choice where it automatically finds areas, right? Everything is automatic, right? So then move your mouse over the image. Every time you point, she's not clicking, she's just hovering over different areas. The tool is going, do you want me to select this? Do you want me to select that? Do you want me to select that? It's choosing areas. If you say, yes, I want you to select that, land on the guy's shorts, for example, land on the guy's shorts. If I now click on it, see how it's select, now you see the active selection of the guy's shorts? Okay, keep not moving your mouse, just leave it over the shorts. Now, go over to the original guy's t-shirt, over to the right. Okay, now wait, guys, wait, watch. Her selection is still on the guy's shorts in the bottom. You see that? You see the active selection on the guy's shorts? When you hover over this t-shirt, you're like, oh, I like the t-shirt. So now click. So now the selection went to the guy's t-shirt. See how his shorts are not selected anymore? Because you can only select one thing at a time. Do you guys see that? Now, let's say you didn't want this t-shirt. Let's move over to the top hat of the first guy on the left. Hover over it. And watch the t-shirt, guys, which is now selected. Now she's going to click on the hat. The selection moved to the hat and is off the guy's t-shirt. You see that? This is the way by hand to do what otherwise you would have done by going up here, which is kind of how I showed it to you. So go up instead to select people now. Choose a guy, a gal, someone, and choose, for example, that guy's hat. Choose it. And now say apply. So see how that's the same as if she had clicked on it, it now went to him and this one disappeared. But even though that selection is on, as she moves her mouse around, the other stuff is still going to keep popping up in case she chooses something else. Does that make sense? Now, the moment she says, no, I'm happy, that's all I wanted was that hat. Now you basically have to move over here and choose what do you want to do with that hat and choose an adjustment layer or something. So it's going to happen to that hat.
Oops.
You see that? It's okay. You made a layer mask instead. So
Yeah.
over here and choose this one and choose something, whatever. Hue saturation. And now you move that around. And it's a very neutral color.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard to make too many changes on it, but there we go. See how it's changing in a weird way, but it is changing. Okay. So, and this little bit here has just that tiny little opening of a hat. But if you still have that, and now do me a favor, you still have that tool selected, see? So the moment you now hover over this, everything goes pink because that tool is thinking you want to now select something else. But since you're here, it's selecting the whole black thing. So basically, if you are done, you selected the hat, you don't want it anymore, just leave that tool because it's going to keep giving you choices. Got it? And now it should be targeted to whatever you want. Okay? Yes, no, maybe you guys?
Yes.
All right. So if anyone else wants me to walk you through that so you feel it again, if it still didn't clearly, let me clear your answers. If that's still like a muddle, since I showed you the tool, might as well teach you the tool. I hate teaching things and leaving them halfway. It wasn't my intention to teach you that tool, but here we are. My intention was to show you how to pre-select something and then use
So
that.
the advantage is that you can continue to add to your selection is.
Yes, so let me show my screen. Exactly. Let me show my screen. So what's the advantage of that tool is that, say I go to my objects, and now I'm using the object selection tool, right? I have to be on my background. So I had this feature turned off because it bugs me to see everything jumping around. But if I turn that feature on again, and for some reason it's not turning on, I've turned it off. Here we go. I'm going to the settings here, and that object bugged me. That thing has bugged me from the beginning, and I forgot that I had mine turned off. So I have, if you turn on the object finder right there, then that's what this is. It's jumping around finding new stuff. If you turn it off from there, it doesn't do that anymore. But then I have to select using these tools, which I kind of liked better. But if this is on, which for you guys it's on, then what you need to know is that whatever you hover onto that seems to be a particular, like I go to green and see it knows that there's green over here, there's green over there. It's a pretty intelligent tool. Then the moment I click, all that green has been selected. Now, what if I wanted the green and the blue? Then, and this is something that, again, those of you who've learned classes with me before know that when you want to select more than one thing and you have a selection made, if you select another, the first selection goes away. So now it's only the sky. But if I want both, I have to hold down the shift key and then click on the other one. And now I have a selection of both the sky and the green. So let me show you this again with something easier. Pay attention, especially new people to this. I'm going to change my tool. I'm going to go to the selections rectangular tool, guys. So everyone stop doing whatever you're doing and pay attention for a minute. Come to the rectangular marquee tool. I'm going to click and drag and make a, oh, this is a bad color to see this example on. Do I have another sample here that has a better, if we still have, oh, this is it. Here, let's be on top of his t-shirt. That's a better way. So I'm going to go on top of his t-shirt and make him, see how you see the selection now? Just, you couldn't really see it well on the sky. It's not that it's not a problem. You can't see. Let's go to his t-shirt. I'm going to make a little selection of his t-shirt. Everyone with me? Shamuel, Karen, people slightly new to this. When you got this marquee tool, you make a little selection. Now, if you make another little selection, the first one disappears. And another one, the first one disappears. Or another one, the first one disappears. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So that's what happening when the object selection tool was finding his hat. And then I said, find the t-shirt. So first it was finding the hat. As the moment I said, find the t-shirt, boom, the t-shirt got selected. The hat was disappearing. And then I was saying, find the glasses. And I was finding the glasses and the t-shirt was disappearing, right? Because you can only have one selection at a time. If I want two selections at a time, let's say hat and t-shirt, I have to first select the first one then hold my shift key, then I can select another one. Now I've got 2 selections at a time. So try that. Hold the shift key and now say, now I want also the glasses. So now you've selected 3 things at a time. As long as you hold the shift key, all selections stand. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, the moment I don't hold my shift key and I try to select something else, boom, everything disappears because the shift key was crucial. I'm back to only 1 selection at a time, yeah? This thing is bugging me. Get it out of the way. So 1, 2, 3, or hold down the shift key, 1, 2, 3. Yeah? Now, most importantly, what if these overlap? What if the t-shirt and the skin is next to each other? When I overlap a selection, again with a plus sign, then those selections join to become one big selection. So now again, with the shift key connected, I'm going to now choose, say, the grass and the sky, and they become one big selection, as long as the shift key was turned on. If that worked for you, give me a yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to clear your feedback, and instead I asked everyone to unmute, which wasn't my intention. I was asking you to, I was trying to clear your feedback. So do you have one big selection now, everyone? Give me a yes by holding the shift key.
I didn't have to hold the shift key.
If you don't have to hold the shift key, then you have it set incorrectly. You have it set here. If you have it set here, then without holding shift key, it works, which is there. So go
Okay.
back to here. And
Thank
this is how it works. This is for when you don't know the shortcuts and you want to select that one. Then you keep selecting. And then you have to go back to that one to take away. And so that's like, forget that. Just use shortcuts. Select, hold the shift key, select again, select again. Okay, up until there, we have one big selection now because we held the shift key. Now, in order to get rid of a piece of this, again, remember before, to get rid of something, we held the Option or Alt key when we wanted to get rid of some of that choice. Here, we're going to hold down the Option or Alt key, and our choice is going to be in the minus mode. And now I can select this little portion of it, and it eats it up. It takes it away. So I'm going to select that little bit of the selection. It's going to take it away. So now I'm holding down the Option or Alt key. I'm in minus mode. I'm taking it away, taking it away. Now I'm going to let go, and I'm going to hold the shift key, and I'm going to add to it again, add to it again, add to it again. Okay. Now this is something that I normally do at the beginning classes that I neglected to do here because we haven't really done any selections yet. But this is the basic selection thing. You add to a selection by holding the shift key. You take away from a selection by holding the Option or Alt key. And if you don't hold either of those and you click again, you basically lose your old selection. You go back to the new selection. All right. Okay, so now clearing your answers. Now, if you now go to a more advanced mode of selection, which is the object selection tool, and now I'm going to go back to that selection tool, and I'm going to have it on the on mode that you guys have it. Then now, and I'm going to go a bit bigger. Now, if I click on his t-shirt, once I click, the selection is over the t-shirt. But then if I click over this t-shirt, now it left that one and it went to this one because it's following the same rules of click and select one thing and it leaves the other selection. So say I wanted to do his t-shirt and her t-shirt, I would hold the shift key and click. Now I have both t-shirts, you see? And then I want mine too, so I'm going to hold mine as well. I'm holding the shift key, and now I've got 3 t-shirts. Now I'm adding his 4 t-shirts. So now all the selections are joining. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's not what's happening.
All right, so then I'm gonna help people individually. So I'm gonna click his, shift click. So now I have all 4 t-shirts selected. If I look away, see how my selection is all 4 t-shirts? Because I kept holding the shift key. Now, if I were to make a hue saturation to this one, and this is the part that's gonna blow some people's minds though, all of them are gonna change, except for they're gonna change a little bit differently because they were all originally a different color. Yeah. So if I'm changing all of them, see, I'm getting everything to be a little bit greeny except for the one that I had before. So I have to turn that off. So, and I'm going really crazy. I'm just showing you that I have made a selection of everything by holding the shift key. So all the t-shirts are going wild, and I went really high on saturation so you could see those changes. Okay. Hi, Mike. Thanks for joining us. So I was just trying to show you how the shift works with this tool as well. Any selection tool, when you hold the shift key, you select more of them. And what the object finder tool was doing, and I'm going to go back because I don't know what the object finder tool was doing, is it was selecting for us or telling us. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to select only the hats. So I'm back on the background. And when someone said it wasn't working for me, make sure that you were selecting the background. Otherwise, I'll go and give you a hand. Again, there could be individual other choices, but select the background. And now I'm going to select all 3 hats. I'm going to select that hat, hold down the shift key, select that hat, hold down the shift key and select that hat. Is that it? I think those are the only 3 hats. Yep. So now I see how you have 3 hat selections. Now I'm going to go ahead and give that a hue saturation. Again, they're very neutral colors, so not much is going to change. But if I give it a big hue saturation thing here, you can at least see that all 3 hats are changing. Again, it's going to be very hard to change those colors, so I'm making them forced white with a lightness, which is not good, but so that you can see that it's true. My 3 hats were selected. Neutral colors and black and white are very hard to shift color because there's very little color to them. So the hue saturation isn't the best tool, but this is just to show you. If I hold down the option key on this mask, there we go. Those were the 3 hats. If I show the option key on this mask, there we go. It was all the t-shirts. Okay. Now, for those of you who this is still not working, and again, I don't care about what result you get out of these hue saturations because they're not supposed to work on these neutral colors. If you just have a mask that got your t-shirts and a mask that got your hats, then you got the system of how to use that tool down correctly. If so, give me a yes, and I'm expecting quite a few no's. Give me a no if it didn't work, and I'll give you a one-on-one hands-on. And I'm going to do a screenshot of this. And I'm also going to do a screenshot of the object finder tool hovering over parts and pieces. Let me see if I can screenshot this. Yeah. And I'm going to hold the shift key to add that and this. Yeah. Okay, I've got some screenshots now. All right. Who wants to tell me for whom did it not work?
I selected all the hats
Mhm.
and
Let me stop my share. Okay.
okay, and then what?
And then the selection is just a selection. Then you do whatever you want with it. What we've been doing is hue saturation, which is again on the hats won't work too well. So here, let me say that what we're gonna do, let me select all the hats again. And instead, let's say, and again, these might not be necessarily, I was just trying to show you how to do selections, but let's say that we do what we did the first time. We did color fill. I'm going to go and do an adjustment layer called solid color up there. And I'm going to choose for those hats to become bright red. There we go. And again, it's just going to put a flat, bright red paint on it. It's not going to be a good color, but just so that you can see. Whatever choice you make happens to that selection. Before, without a selection, the pink had painted everything, okay? Now, with the pre-selection, it's just painting what was selected. Now, how to adapt a color fill to look normal on those hats, then you have to do some stuff and whatever. But you're never going to get very good color on these hats because they were neutral to start with. But anyway, say that now I'm giving them some dark burgundy hats. There you go. And I did that with the hue, with the adjustment layer. And I have so many adjustment layers here now, it might look confusing, but this is the one that I made all those hats be kind of burgundy-ish or brownish or whatever they got. So the selection is just a selection. So if I select this area, it's just a selection. What I choose to do to that selection will happen with one of these choices. So now I'm going to go and in that little rectangle there, I'm going to choose to do, for example, black and white. So that little area become gray because I turned it black and white, for example. So these are all choices that you make for whatever area you selected. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Is everyone good with what an adjustment layer does?
Mm.
Now, at first, I taught you how to do it without a selection and to make the selection by brushing into the mask, because that's really what I wanted to do on the remove wires example. No, on the remove people example, whatever. Oh my God, I hope I saved, I removed people. I think I might have not saved my remove people. And, I'll just do it again. But I had to show you that, and then we got into the object selection tool, which led us down the rabbit hole because I didn't want you to go with a big thing. But now what I was hoping to do was show you how to handle that image, which, yeah, I hadn't saved it, so I lost my things. So let me really quickly go back to the remove tool, and I'm gonna remove people. I'm gonna do one version of remove people over there. And so, because we're almost out of time, or are we out of time? No, we still have 15 minutes, right? What time does the class finish? Suddenly I'm lost. Yeah, it finishes at 12:45. Okay, so we still have a few minutes. So now I made one remove tool edits. Let me go in and see how well or not well it did. So this is the default one that I did by just removing people. And now I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to this time find the back to the, I have to background again, find distractions, remove people once again, only this time. Ugh, turn this off again. Okay. Find distractions, remove people again. And this time I'm going to edit it a little bit like we did. I'm going to get rid of some of this because that had given us a better example. I'm doing it really quickly, so hopefully I'll get a good enough example. I'm adding her legs. I'm taking away that feet. And over here, I think we had decided that this gave me a better result when I took away a lot of these extra bits to it. So I'm trying to remember what the choices were, and I believe those were the choices in here. I had only added the foot and the shadow. And over here, I had this guy's shadow that I had to contend with. Okay, so I think that was my plan B. I think that was my plan B. Okay, I'm gonna run this one. Okay, so I'm gonna have two choices. Okay, so now I have choice A and choice B. Okay? Are we all with me? Now, in my moving back and forth and teaching, I had closed this one without saving the choices, so that's why I had to redo them. Let's save this first before we all do that mess up again. So I'm going to do Command or Control S or go to File, Save. And it's telling me I can't save as a JPEG. That's fine. I want to save it as a PSD anyway. So here's the choice of PSD. I'm going to actually add that we're going to be masking. And let's say save and okay. And Sue's coming into the class now. All right. Hi, Jinsu. Thanks for joining us. All right. So we're almost at the end of this example, Jinsu, so just watch. And Mike joined us for a little bit, but he was traveling, so thanks for that. Okay, so is everyone with me? We have two choices. They're not as stark and clear as the first time for me this time, but that's okay. In fact, so here's my background. Okay. The first remove that I did was this one. So let me analyze it. It still left those toes there because I hadn't done it. And it actually has a better column than any of the other ones that I had done before. But it has some weird stuff happening over here. And it didn't give me the bottom of this column. And it gave me that weird thing over there. Okay, so that's the first choice. The second choice gave me a good column here, so I like that. So I want to keep the column of this version. It gave me a weird thing happening to this column, and it didn't give me a good finaling for that column. But it gave me a better choice over here. So for the most, oh, but I don't like that. I think I like, yeah, I like this one better. And then over here, what did I like better? I think I like the first one better for the column area, and I like the second one better for all this column and that back area. Does that make sense? Go choose. You guys have to choose. Maybe you have to remind yourself. So maybe you need to remind yourself that in this one, I'm going to change this name, and I'm going to say, I'm going to double click on it. I'm going to say keep outer changes, just so that I remember. So I like that one, and I like this of the second version, and I like that of the second version. So the second version, I'm going to outer changes. And on this one, I'm going to say, I'm going to double click, and I'm going to say keep column area or something like that. And I normally wouldn't do that, but just so that you guys can see that there's, I'm going to just keep this column area. I don't think I'll have time to teach you how to redo that column, but I'm going to teach you how to use masking. So I'm choosing what I'm going to keep on that one, and I'm choosing what I keep on that one. Got it? So I want parts of one and parts of the other. Everyone good with that? You made your choices on yours, what you want to keep on each one of yours, which might be different than mine. Yeah? Okay, so watch. And again, this is like a bit of a last minute, whoa, big wind and something big fell against my wall. Is it so windy? I don't know. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start with either one. It doesn't matter. I'm going to say, start with the one that says keep column areas. I'm going to turn that one on. The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to have to add a mask. Now, the mask I taught you in this class will all about adjustment layer masks, but masks can be done also as a layer mask. So this is an adjustment layer mask. Okay. It's an adjustment layer that has a mask. Now this one, I'm just going to add a mask to the layer. So it's called a layer mask. So watch. I'm going to select the keep column area. I'm going to go down here, and instead of the adjustment layers, I'm going to go right next to it to this guy, which is like a Japanese flag, a rectangle with a circle, and click one time. So I've added a mask to my layer. Added a mask to my layer. Actually, I'm going to go do it to both. I'm going to do it to this one too. I'm going to add a mask. So I have a layer mask on each area, but then turn this one off because we're going to work on one at a time. But now we have added a layer mask to each layer. I'm going to go as slowly as I can, but I also want to honor that a lot of people need to leave in 4 minutes. So you're going to have to review these steps, and I'm happy to stay a little bit longer to help. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. But if you have to leave, review these steps. Okay, so here we have a mask. Let's understand again about the mask. Thank you, Jacob. Jacob was happy that I went down the rabbit hole and just wrote to me. Okay, so here we go. We have a mask that is useless. Why? Because it's white. So the entire change is being shown. Remember when we made a pink mask here and it was useless because everything was going pink? So the mask in white is not masking anything. I am seeing the entire correction. But the problem was that I didn't like this part of how it fixed the column, remember? So I only want to keep the column area, but I don't want to keep that change. Does that make sense? So I'm going to grab a brush, and what color should I paint?
Black.
Yeah, black. Basically, if it's white, I paint with black. If it's black, I paint with white. So I'm going to choose black over here. Got my brush, I got my black, and I'm going to say, no, thank you. I don't want this piece of your fix. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to paint black in that area. See how I just painted a bit of black in that area? I don't want this piece of your fix, thank you. So I'm going back to seeing the guy. Does that make sense? So now I'm like, I like this piece, but I don't like that piece. So hide that. Now, another thing I didn't like about this column area is that I could see her feet. So I'm going to go here with a smaller brush, and see how I'm making my brush bigger or smaller? And I'm going to hide with, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to hide this fix. So basically I'm bringing her back in because I like the fix that column, that shish did. So first I'm just taking away the fixes that I don't like. So I don't like how it fixed this person. I don't like how it fixed this person. Then I'm going to click on, I don't like how it fixed this either. So I'm going to basically bring these people back in. Does that make sense? I'm saying, nope, the fix you did here is no good. So I'm undoing the fix of that layer. If everyone followed through with that, give me a yes. I'm just basically saying, I told her, I told this layer to keep only the column. So when I turn this on and off, I'm seeing only the column fix, but now I can see that I left a little bit of it here. So I'm going to go a little bit longer here to say no to that. And then on and off, on and off. Got some stuff over here. Okay, so I basically undid everything on the edges, and I'm leaving to say that I'm saying this column fix is better than the other one, whatever, even if it's not perfect. Before I had a better choice, and I'm saying I don't like what you did here. So I'm turning this on and off. I like what you did there. I just don't like what you did there. Okay. So that's keeping that column fixed. Now, I know it's till 45. Stop. Okay, give me a couple more seconds. Now I'm going to turn that feature off. Boom. That's fixed. Now I'm going to turn this fix on. And I'm going to go, ooh, I like the outer change on this one, but I don't like what you did with the columns here. So now I'm going to select this mask. And I'm going to say, please get rid of the fix that you did on the inside part here. I don't want that fix. But I'm happy with that and that and that, so I'm just not wanting this fix. Does that make sense? So now if I turn this on and off, that's the only thing that I'm keeping, the center fix. Now when I turn both on, I have my best fix because I have just the outer parts with this one and just the inner part with this one. So that's the best of this and the best of that. Does that make sense? And if I go over here, if I turn these off, I have the best of this and the best of that. Now, if I really, now, if I really wanted to be thorough, then if I'm keeping that here, I could completely eliminate this fix too, so they don't overlap. But on the ones that overlap correctly, it doesn't matter. It's only fixing and choosing the best of each layer. Now, when I had done it the last time, I had gotten to a better ending here that wasn't either one, which I would have had a third one where I would have said, okay, hide all the rest of the choices, but give me only that selection. I could have done this with white masks like I did, or I could have done the other way around. I could have masked out the effect completely with black everywhere. And then I could have said, give me only this fix. So I'm going to, just so you know, just as a demo, I'm going to get rid of these fixes. You don't have to follow me through with this one. Just as a demo, I'm going to delete these corrections. I could have put a mask on each one and inverted them. So basically, neither one is correct. Okay. And then I would have said, okay, I like the column area of this one. So I'm going to brush, but this time with white, and I'm going to bring in whatever you fixed. So I'm bringing in that column fix for this one. Does that make sense? And now
Mhm.
I'm going to turn this one on, and I like the outer changes. So I'm going to bring in the outer change of this one, of this one, of this one, and of this one. And this were both fine on this one, so I'm going to bring in the second one in for this one. It doesn't matter, both were the same there. So now I have selectively chosen in positive or in negative, but I get to the same result. Do you guys see that? This one might be a little bit of a harder one for you to get your eyes on, but I like this one better because now I only see the fixes from that layer. Okay, stop. I know. So I only see all the outer fixes from this one, on and off. Oh, looks like I still need to bring it on and off. And I only see the column area of this one. Does that make sense? So I prefer going in the negative, but for this example, I prefer going in the negative. For other examples where you have a lot of changes and you only want to fix a thing or two, then you can go into the positive mode. As you saw, the same exact results, okay, of going into the negative or the positive in this case. In other cases, it's not exactly the same. You choose the one that's works the best for you. But in this case, I'm going to keep both. I'm going to make a little folder of that. And then again, don't necessarily ask me how, just trust me on this one. This is so that you have both examples. I'm going to duplicate this. So this is go negative mask. And this is going to be positive mask. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to throw these masks away. And once again, I'm going to show them to you in the positive mode. And then after that, I'm happy to stay and answer more of these questions. Oh, I didn't mean to apply. I meant to discard. Delete. And delete. And I'm going to do the positive version again. And in the positive version, I am seeing all the changes of both. And I'm only hiding what I don't like. So in the keep column area, I'm going to keep the column and I'm going to hide what I don't like. Okay, so I'm going to go with black on the brush and I'm going to hide the effect. So I'm going to bring back the pieces that I don't like how it fixed. So it's basically opposite, is either take away or bring back. I'm bringing back the stuff that I don't like how it fixed. I don't like how I did the columns and these little bits. So now I'm going hiding what I don't like, thus leaving the good column fix. And then on the second one, I'm going to keep the outer changes, but I'm going to hide the column fix. So that's all I'm hiding. So now when you turn these on, no people anywhere with the best possible column fix. So this is one version or the other version where I went into the negative. But basically, when I turn both of these on or off right now, either that one or this one, they're giving me basically the same results no matter what I turn on and off because they're both two ways of getting to the same place. Okay, for those of you who are very new to masking, stop at the first one. For those of you who want to deepen your knowledge of masking, give it a try to creating both choices because that's you learning how to manipulate masks better. Okay, and they're the same. It's not that you need to do both at all. It's either or. In the positive mode or in the negative mode, you got to the same result. All right. Sorry for slamming that down your throats. We just took a little bit longer with the other part, but I wanted to give the whole concept for those of you who sit and just like watch the recording, can slowly pierce it out and parcel it out. And for those of you for whom this is one too many, because you're just kind of new to this, don't worry. Stop at the beginning. That was good. That was a lot of learning we did today with the people and the selection and the mask. Those of you who are coming to my afternoon, to my evening, Monday, Wednesday, we're going to keep going with masking and you're going to just get much clearer on that. Okay. The masking we did here on this one is a little bit advanced. All right. Rebecca, by the way, so it's time to leave. I'm happy to stay and answer questions, but it's past your time. So if you need to leave, I've loved having you in class. Please post on the Padlet. Please join me in any other Photoshop class that I'll be teaching. If you want, you can still come to the evening one today, or you can join me again next time I'll be teaching Photoshop is in the spring session, but I'm teaching Illustrator in the morning as of Friday morning next week. So for those of you who want to learn Illustrator, same exact schedule as this, I'm doing Illustrator. And then in the afternoon, after the evening Photoshop is done, I'll be teaching digital design techniques Monday, Wednesday evening. So there's a lot to learn there too, where we combine Illustrator, Photoshop, and InDesign to create finished products.
Would you mind sending the code number for that one?
For
Digital design?
For digital design techniques.
Or you could send them all, but if it's
Yeah.
whatever. I've
let-
never done that class. I thought it might be interesting.
Yeah. I need to go find it. Some of you guys, oh, you know what? I have it in my, here, I have it in my calendar.
Okay. You
Digital
just do it.
design.
You can do it later.
No, that's fine. So, I mean, this is after class now, so everyone who needs to go can go. This is a good time to answer these questions. So here we go. I'm putting it in the chat.
Oh.
So digital design techniques is 4205.
Thank you.
And that one is Monday, Wednesday, starting October 27th to November 12th. And then if you want to do Illustrator, it's Friday mornings right now, same exact as this Photoshop you've been taking. So if this time schedule is good for you, then Illustrator is at the same time schedule. And then if you want to join my current Photoshop classes, then which is in the evening, Photoshop HiFlex, and we need people. It's pretty empty. Then there you go. That's the one. Okay. So those are the three CRNs for the three choices that I have continuing today. Oh, and one more thing. Oh, this is so important. I didn't tell you. I have one more class that you guys might be interested in, which is create compelling content. And that one's coming in December.
Will you send an email about that?
Yeah, and I have sent a bunch, but I try not to email the whole group more than once or twice a session, meaning all my list, but I will send it to you guys. And the CRN for that one I can give you right now. Create compelling content. It's 2 meetings on Friday morning. So after Illustrator finishes, this one comes on from 9 to 1. And it's one Friday, there's 2 Fridays, December 5th and December 12th. Okay. So it's after Illustrator finish. So now we did the morning Photoshop, then Illustrator comes in the morning, and when that one's over, this one is just 2 meetings. All right. 9 to 1. So when you sign up to this one, you might notice that it'll tell you that it's in person, and officially it's in person. Hold on. Can you ask me again what you asked me, Shamal? I'm sorry.
How long can we access the Padlet so I can just filter out what you
Oh,
posted for the
good point.
instructions and stuff? And
Good point. The Padlet will be on until I teach Photoshop again, which won't be till like mid-January, ends of not even really not until like the last day of January or first day of February. So that's the Padlet.
and
At
the
that
YouTube
point-
videos.
And the YouTube videos are always on forever, but you need to keep those links because what's going to disappear is the page on the Photoshop handouts that has the links. I'll clear it out and start with the new links for the January class. So you need to download that page to keep those links yourself. Does that make sense?
Perfect. Thank you.
And then you can keep those links. I never take them off of Photoshop. It's just that the links won't be available because they're only for this class. Otherwise, and don't hand those links out to everyone, or otherwise the whole world could be watching them. And I always promise that it's relatively private so people can feel comfortable to ask their own questions and stuff and not to think that their questions are out in the world for YouTube. Okay? It's a private link.
Thank you.
You're
See you
welcome.
Monday.
See you Monday. Yeah, Shamuel is in my Monday class. So is Rebecca. But yes, Rebecca, what's your question?
I wasn't able to just get my mask. You know how you
Hi,
took,
Gerard.
right.
Okay, yeah, share your screen. Actually, if you guys don't mind, Rebecca, can you wait me for a second? If you guys can have 1 minute of wait, I need to run to the restroom. So I'll be right back. But
Okay.
I kind of, my body's like, well, you're done. And I'm like, well, give me another minute. Just give me, I'll be back in as soon as I can.
There's still a lot of people here.
Well, it's, you learn from everybody's questions, so.
I agree. I agree.
Rebecca, what did you do for a living? You have such a smart mind. I love all of your questions and observations. I enjoy it.
I was married.
Oh, well,
That was,
you,
I was a gemologist when I was
Oh.
earning money. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Then it was my taking care of my husband.
Yeah. Well, he was a lucky man.
And so was I. So was I. I was wondering on my AI version of this, there was one column and I was looking and I went, how did it replicate it? Well, it made a copy of a column to the left.
Yeah, and there is actually a tool that does that where
I was wondering
where
if,
it
if
yeah, you tell it where you want it to copy from, and then you move. I'm sure she's going to show us that. And then it's basically you sort of paint that column or that spot. So it's like you can replicate.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not very good
Oh.
at that, but
Now that my studio's in the garden, I had to rush all the way across the garden, all the
oh
way.
goodness.
you were still quick.
I told you it was just a second. I was just holding it in. All right. Rebecca, what were you saying?
Well, I wasn't able to see my,
Go ahead and share your screen.
and I've done it before, so it's like, why couldn't I see it? I don't know.
Okay, so you were trying to see the mask. Oh, the mask itself? Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. You're on a Mac or on a PC? I can't tell.
Mac.
You're on a Mac. Okay, hold down your Option key and then click on the mask.
Hello, that was simple.
And then click on it again, holding on the Option key and to turn it on and off again. Oh, there you go.
And then when
Well,
I was,
you got a better job of column than mine. Your column is good.
well,
Mine,
it copied one over on the left
yeah,
side.
which is good. The ending of the class, had I not gone into the whole masking example, was I was gonna show you how to do that, to put in one of these with the other tool, but I didn't finish. But your thing did it for you automatically, which mine never did. So that's good.
Yeah, and Moni was just explaining how to do it. So
Oh,
Well, I was just saying that there is a tool. I didn't.
yeah.
I have it. I've used it like whenever many classes ago. So it's like, I
This
got a
one here,
refresher.
which is the healing tool brush, which is
Okay.
much more complicated to use. And I'm actually, Rebecca, you're in my Monday, Wednesday class, and I'm hoping to do more of the masking, selecting, copying, retool. So we will be practicing that tool. So that's good. You'll get a chance to practice that tool in the other class.
and I think I'll be able to come in because we're going to have a full moon soon.
When,
What does that mean?
yeah.
Driving at night when it's really dark.
Oh, driving. Got it.
Oh, come
yes.
into class in person. Oh, how cool is
Yeah.
that? All right. I would like that because yeah, she's attending on Zoom, but I'm in person on the Fridays class and I have one person with me and it's lonely. Sue's feeling like, oh, if it's just me, I won't come. And I'm like, no, please, it's fine. One person is one person. But if we have more people.
Someday you'll have two.
Ooh. Um, but I do have very few people on that one because yeah, whatever. It's fine. Okay. Any other question, you guys?
I'm good.
You
Thank
all
you.
good? All right. Well, for those that I won't see in Monday, Wednesday, then. Ooh, sorry about that.
Ew.
I think I heard a lawnmower. I think someone's cutting
Oh.
down here somewhere. And oh my God, when I was in the East Coast and everyone cuts their lawn, there's like clouds of lawn clippings in the air everywhere. And it turns out I didn't know, but I guess I'm allergic to that because I was just sneezing all the, people running their little tractors and clouds of grass. And I was just dripping in tears and sneezing when that was happening. I didn't know that I was allergic to grass cuttings, but I guess I am. Okay. So I'll see some of you guys in the next class. Otherwise, hopefully in future classes or in the Illustrator or in the digital ed techniques or in the create compelling content. That would be a good one I'll hope to see you all soon, somewhere or another. Otherwise, I'll see you next year. Have fun. Post new things. I didn't get many people to post new things. It's like, come on, guys, do this stuff on your images. That's my goal. All right. Bye.
I
Bye.
did my old picture on that new thing. It did nothing.
Your old picture on the new thing. I
I
don't
have
know.
an old crumpled picture of a house.
Oh, and you
And I
tried
went to
the
the neural filters and the beta version. It did nothing. Nothing. It did. I don't think it removed a single spot.
Yeah.
It was like it said,
You have it open? Do you want to share? I want to is there anything you can do to move any sliders to make it better? There's no choices.
oh yeah, I'm sure, but I thought I'd just use that generative AI new
Yeah.
beta thing and see what it would do.
It would do nothing, huh?
Nothing.
Oh, well, so much for that. As I said, every tool has to be learned. I'm sure that if we practice and figure it out, so it would do something, but to do nothing sounds weird. But then again, I don't know because I haven't used it yet. So keep
Yeah.
trying and then you can tell me, oh, I finally found a certain way around it.
Well, I did say no, I wasn't happy, and I attached the photo so they could see.
Okay, good. That's the best we can do, right? That's why they put it in the beta for people to give feedback. So all right, have a good one. Bye, Moni. Bye,
Bye, Moni.
Rebecca and Sharon and anyone else who's still live here. Because somebody kept connected, but they're not there yet anymore. Okay. Bye.
Bye.